Yeah, the entrance. Yes.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Bon dia. I saw some people from Mozambique. Bonjour. Morocco, how do I greet you? Salam alaikum. So, colleagues, we've got a slight delay. You are just waiting for some dignitaries, particularly those who will be helping us to open our meeting, the opening. Otherwise, we are on track. We're on track. It's good to see you. Gentlemen, we will start soon, but in the meantime, I would like to request you to take the seats at the front. Take the seats at the front, come closer, take the seats at the front. If there's a name tag, or maybe reflecting a particular country, and there is no one there, it means there is no one. You can take that seat. So let's come closer to the front and occupy the front seats. So we can demonstrate the spirit of cooperating.
Control room, can you hear me?
I think we're good, sir.
Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning once again, ladies and gentlemen. And we bring the warm greetings from African Union Commission in Addis Ababa. We are now going to get started. I'm going to request a distinguished representative of different organizations who are going to be part of the opening session to please come to the fore. I'm going to request Ndate Lawrence Bale to come to the fore, who will be representing the cooperatives in South Africa. We will request Dr. Sifa Chikoe from ICA, International Cooperatives Alliance, to also kindly come to the podium. We will request Ndate Kumbula Ndaba to also from ILO to kindly come to the fore. And then the representative of the Clerk of Parliament, Pan-African Parliament, in this case, Mr. Clement, who is the legal officer here at Pan-African Parliament, who will be doing the speech on behalf of the AU system, to also please come to the fore. I'm just checking if the seats are being occupied here. So that we can get started.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
So, okay, I see.
Yeah, we have to get.
Yes, colleagues, I am reliably informed that we have the interpretation. The meeting is in French and English, and therefore let us just confirm that we have the interpretation. Colleagues, are you there? Can you say good morning?
Good morning.
So we have interpretation is coming through. We meet this morning distinguished cooperators and cooperatives. We meet this morning on this occasion that is called Launch of the African Cooperatives. So African Union, working with all the partners, is to launch today. This day marks the launch on the 27th of September 2024 here at the Pan-African Parliament, which is one of the organs of the African Union. We are launching today the Africa Cooperatives Centre. So distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, the high table is here And we also thank you, all of you, that we are here this morning. And without further ado, allow me to invite to the podium Mr. Lawrence Bale, who is representing the cooperatives in South Africa, to kindly come to the fore and give us the opening remarks. Mr. Bale.
Good morning. Sanibonani. The Machoroni. My name is Lawrence. Bale is my surname. Of course, I'm from South Africa, in the Limpopo province, in the region, Bembe region. Maybe I should start by saying, this is a rare opportunity for us as cooperatives in the continent. And I therefore say, thank you, Program Director, and all protocol observed and recognized. If I mention one by one, I might make a big mistake to leave other important role players in this platform. But of course, AU, ILO, ICA, South African Cooperatives, I think I must indicate that I recognized Kiboni, Peace, and Sandra, and then Akiabona Zakaria, I don't know where he's he, and then Akiabona Vuki, I'm wondering if the Vuki has already arrived, or from the Department of Small Business, if they're here as well. I'm mentioning that because from the South African perspective, we are working together. And then, of course, when we came here, we were discussing with our government and relevant departments. This is the Department of Small Business Development and Cooperatives. Prime Director, indeed it's an honor for us as South African cooperatives to host you in South African soil and say we are privileged to say when the AU, ILO, ICA launched the Cooperative Centre, it was done here in South Africa, in the African soil. It's our pride indeed for you to have chosen that. We are here in the Pan-Africanist building or offices, and we recognize you and the role that you play. And indeed, you continue to create a conducive environment for cooperatives to play its role. And indeed, I must not make a big mistake as I continue with my welcoming speech, which is very few minutes, of not recognizing my deputy president from the Southern ICA Southern Sub-Region, Gono Mike Nduru. Kindly please stand up. I didn't say raise your hand, I said kindly stand up. Kindly. Okay. Thank you. He has been delegated by the board of the ICA Southern Sub-Region to represent them here, because I'm here representing South Africa. So he's representing that body. And I'm happy that our mother from the ICA Africa, Madam Sifa, Dr. Sifa, she's here. And then we are under her. Our offices are going to be in Botswana as they sign an MOU between the ICA Africa and then Botswana government. But they delegated us in the Southern Sub-Region to be operationalizing that MOU. So, because we are here and we have got that body around ourselves, Kiboni Ntate Nonko from Lesotho, and then Kiboni Natalio from Mozambique. Those are the members of the board of the ICA Southern Sub-Region in the continent. We really appreciate the economic solidarity that we are here together today to make sure that there's no boundary or any obstacle that stands before us, not to cooperate amongst ourselves and talk to one another and work together. Indeed, in whatever we do, we put our people in the center. We appreciate the initiative by the AU, ILO, IC Africa, to locate cooperative at the heart of the socio-economic development in the African region. The AU should ensure that it strengthens the ties with the ICA Africa, Madam Sifa Shoge, not only talking, but also make sure that we're indeed represented. I was interacting with us who say that if you are indeed launching it, you must support the office of the cooperatives. And we can't operate in the air space. We should be operating where you are supporting us, and then where you are saying, support us by the government. This is the office. This is the, make sure that you don't control. You don't say because you are supporting, you control us. No, you support. You don't take over because now you are supporting, now you want to take over. No, you make sure that we are part of you, and don't decide for us. Ask us what we want. Ask us what is it that should be there. That's the support that you are making. Not to sit in the office and say, no, these are the policies on. And then, of course, it cannot be that as government coming together with the resources, they don't put us as well and say, this is the budget as well for the cooperative to exist and operationalize. It cannot be that you only, the money of government that you get and receive is for only yourselves, and cooperatives said, we're launching you, but you don't give us money. It cannot be. You must also have budget. You draft a budget when you send to the governments and say, this is the budget for the cooperatives. This is the budget for the AU. This is the budget of the ILO. Because we're one. We're all human beings. What difference from you? What differs from you from us? It cannot be. And then it must not be token. And we are saying there's no other moment except today, the launching. It should be there. And then must make sure that all countries from the Africa should forward a member, and that is the committee that will say, if from this country, these are the people, and this is how people are going to sit, and then make sure that how we are going to be working going forward. And of course, ourselves, we are working with under the ICA Africa, we're members. We are not, what's that name before you were a full member? Associate. We're not associate member. We are full members of the ICA sub-region. And then what is our role? What is the role of the cooperative? The body of the cooperatives is to lobby and advocate on behalf of its members, to make sure that in terms of the policy, you strengthen the policy and create a conducive environment for cooperative to exist, and make sure that when we have this body that speaks on behalf, we are mobilizing the people that we are saying there's poverty, there's hunger, there's unemployment. It cannot be things that you talk. It can be people that says cooperatives is not an individual. It's people comes together and cooperate amongst themselves. And indeed, I must say, cooperatives are autonomous, are independent. And cooperatives are self-help, self-reliance, self-responsibility. We don't depend as much as we need support, but we say we don't depend on others. but we need support. We need to cooperate with others. We need to cooperate with the AU. We need to cooperate with the ILO. We need to make sure that together we work for our people, that we are here on their behalf, that we represent. Mine is to welcome you and say one of the strategic roles of the African Cooperatives Centre should be to support member countries to the respective countries on the framework of the cooperatives. I must say, as much as we are doing this work to achieve the agenda on the 2063, we must make sure that we increase the awareness and visibility, and we campaign strongly, and we lobby and advocate. We unionized, we represent, and we account to our members. And for that reason, we should be involved, we should be included in the decision making that includes and that affects us. And then for those few ways, I'm saying to all of you, you're welcome to the South African soil. And then where you also need assistance, you want to move around, we are here. And then we have came with a number of some transport to take you around if you want to see South Africa, to the different places. And then for that, we say to all of you, you are welcome. And then I think from today, you will need a list from the different cooperatives in the country to send to you, to your office, and then we'll come together, we'll meet ourselves, and then we'll work together. For that, I say, power to the cooperatives, power to the people, and we put this in the center of our people. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lawrence Bale, for setting the tone and for also reminding us the role of the cooperatives, but also for emphasizing that it should be people-centered. I now have the honor and the privilege, ladies and gentlemen, to invite one of the very well-known name in the field of cooperatives, Dr. Sifa Chigoe.
Yes, thank you very much, Master of Ceremony. The chief guests, excellencies, government officials, cooperative representative and leaders, cooperative stakeholders, partners, all protocol observed. Good morning and welcome to South Africa. I would like also to add cooperative greetings. It is my distinct privilege and great honor on behalf of the ICA Africa and its fraternity to stand before you today and give welcoming remarks on this auspicious occasion. My profound thanks go to the African Union, the Departments for Health, Humanitarian Affairs and Social Development, particularly the Labor, Employment and Migration Division, for organizing this very important meeting to launch the African Cooperatives Centre under the African Union SAC policy area. The invites and efforts of us to come together on a very tight schedule is very much incredible and appreciated. Special appreciation also go to all the development partners, the Pan-African Parliament, ILO, and as well as GIZ and other various partners who have provided supports in various ways. Ladies and gentlemen, as a cooperator for many years, and particularly as a regional director for the ICA Africa, the alliance body that serves, unite, and represent cooperative organizations in Africa, I'm beyond proud today to be part of this important launch of Center for the which seek to empower and unite SAC's organization across Africa, by providing a dynamic platform for knowledge exchange, capacity building, and advocacy. I would like to stress here that though I've been in the cooperative movement for much longer, but in this particular capacity, it's about roughly beyond 11 years. And when I took over the helm of the ICA Africa, one of the major targets that I put myself is to make sure that the cooperative movement had official links with the African Union. A task which has taken us many, many years, but today I'm happy that in 2024 we have been able to have 2 milestones as cooperative movement in Africa. The very first one culminated in the approval of the African Cooperative Model Law, which was also approved by PAP here in the same room around July. And today in September, we are back again with the African Union, different arms, now launching the African Cooperative Centre. You'll ask why this was the major target that I've put to myself, but also to the movements. It's because the African Union, being a strategic partner in terms of advocacy and policy formulation at continental, but having also greater influence on individual countries, we understood that it was imperative first to align ourselves to the vision of the African Union, and that is why we did adopt, as a cooperative movement in Africa, the Agenda 2063 as a basis for us to foster socio-economic empowerment in Africa by making sure that our strategy speaks directly to the Agenda 2064 of the African Union. And for us, formalizing change was very imperative so that we don't do with strong personalities, but make sure that the changes and the great milestone we are doing today can outlive us. So this center will be a great game changer in driving and promoting social solidarity economies in Africa, and a significant extent, the actualization of the Africa Agenda 2063. This center will also accelerate the 10-year ACC strategy and implementation plan that has been developed by the African Union to increase the identity, visibility, and recognition of African CSCs. The ongoing collaboration between African Union, ILO, ICA, GIZ, and other partners will be pivotal in ensuring the implementation of CSCs, strategies, and activities in an effective, equitable, and sustainable manner. With our continent and the world at large grappling with numerous challenges and unprecedented changes, it is essential now more than ever to explore and strengthen innovative and sustainable approaches to foster economic growth while promoting social well-being. The cooperative business model offers a compelling framework that aligns economic goals with needs and aspirations of communities, making it a powerful tool for achieving African prosperity and aspirations. The social and solidarity economy can be a vehicle to drive increased economic growth and, in tandem, increase social contributions. Distinguished guests, cooperatives have an instrumental role in the realization of the 17 SDGs and its targets. Specifically, cooperatives have critical roles in eradicating poverty, reducing hunger, contributing to increasing healthy lives, ensuring quality education, achieving gender equality, providing decent jobs, addressing climate change issues, and promoting inclusive and sustainable industrialization. Furthermore, the ILO in its recommendation 193 recognizes cooperatives as important enterprises in job creation, resource mobilization, investment generation, social protection, and the general contribution to the economy. The ICA, which is the cooperative movement, and stakeholders shall ensure the aspirations and goals are realized through its African Cooperative Development Strategy 2020-2033. This strategy has identified 4 elements critical to the future success of the African cooperative movement, namely shared resources, services, visibility, and data, as well as research and innovation. Similar to the SAC strategy, which has been launched by the African Union, this ICA strategy provides a framework to engaging relevant stakeholders, facilitating joint business efforts, and the overarching goal to enhance social and sustainable development. Both strategies are also unique in their human-centeredness approach, and despite their operational variation in the region, cooperative and SACs fight for common goal and face almost similar challenges, as it was discussed between me and Diop from Senegal yesterday. Some of the challenges include inhibitive laws, financial constraints, inadequate and absolute laws, political interference, mismanagement, and limited use of technology, and just to name a few. Exactly, the African Cooperative Model Law came to address such variances and make sure that we have the same benchmark, but also footing in leveling the ground so that cooperative and SACs in general in Africa can have same framework to benchmark their national laws. We look forward and continue to advocate for the continuous recognition and inclusion of cooperative in national development agendas and adequate support to cooperative development across diverse sectors. This has been alluded quite largely by the one who spoke before me, that is Mr. Bale. Distinguished guests, as further evidence to the critical role of cooperative for development, in June this year, the UN General Assembly adopted a resolution proclaiming 2025 as the International Year of Cooperative. This recognizing that cooperative in their various forms and also other SACs by extension promote the fullest possible participation in the economic and social development of local communities and all people, including women, young people, older persons, persons with disabilities, and indigenous people, whose inclusion strengthens economic and social development and contribute to the eradication of poverty and hunger. HACCP has announced Cooperative Build a Better World as the theme for the 2025 UN International Year of Cooperatives. And this will showcase the enduring global impact cooperatives have everywhere else. This theme puts a spotlight on how the cooperative model is an essential solution to overcoming many global challenges and continue to play an important role in accelerating efforts to implement the Sustainable Development Goal by 2030. Let me take this opportunity to invite you all to official launch of our International Year of Cooperative 2025, which will take place in New Delhi, India, during the ICA Global Cooperative Conference and General Assembly, scheduled for 25th to 30 November 2024. This will be followed by a year-long celebration of cooperative, that is, impact on society, reflecting on achievement and what actions come next to strengthen the cooperative movement and improve the lives of everyone. As cooperative movement in Africa will not be left behind, definitely we shall celebrate. We have done milestones, but there is a lot we can still achieve, and we should be able to capitalize on the cooperative enterprise and other form of social enterprises to make sure that Africa is back on its feet, but not trailing in terms of all other indicators when we are looking at the growth and sustainability compared to the other continent. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, in the cooperative spirit of unity, we as IC Africa, we are proud and keen to continue being key partners in the establishment and development of the African Cooperatives Centre. We look forward to realizing its goal as the preeminent continental hub for the advancement of the CSCs, facilitating measurable improvement in the scale, impact, and sustainability of SAC entities across Africa. To my constituency, that is the cooperative movements in Africa and other social enterprises here represented, let us showcase our experience and put our best foot forward as we take advantage of this momentous milestone. I encourage you to share your concerns, constructive ones, experiences, and aspirations, as this collective effort will undoubtedly lead toward the goal of catalyzing the regional social and economic development's future. Dear participants, I wish us all productive deliberations as we delve into the nitty-gritty of mandate and framework for the African Cooperative Centre. May our God bless Africa. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, ICA, Dr. Sifa, for those encouraging words and for inviting us to the international conference in New Delhi. I think you said New Delhi. Yes, we will endeavor to represent. We now have the honor also to invite ILO, and I saw some few colleagues here from ILO who are the great partners who have assisted us to stage and to present this occasion. And I would like them to raise their hands where they are. Is ILO in the room? Oh, thank you. So thank you, colleagues. I'm asking you to raise your hands because now we are going to have a speaker representing ILO, Mr. Kumbula Ndaba. Mr. Kumbula.
Program Director, thank you very much for the opportunity that you afford us as the ILO. Ms. Lindiwe Kumalo, Clerk of Parliament, Pan-African Parliament, Dr. Sifa Chioge, Regional Director, International Cooperative Alliance, Africa, Mr. Lawrence Bali, the President of Cooperatives in South Africa, Dr. Sabelo Mbogazi, Head of Labour, Employment and Migration, African Union Commission, Department of Small Business Development in the Republic of South Africa, representatives from member states who are here today, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. I am pleased to be part of the launch of the African Cooperatives Centre, the ACC. The ACC is critical to the advancement of the social and solidarity economy in Africa. And we've witnessed an increase in its prominence in the last few years. We need a driver for the SSEs in Africa, and the cooperatives are best placed to take this role, to assume this role, and also to lead the efforts for decent work, inclusive and sustainable economies, and social justice and sustainable development. Several AU member states have responded to the expansion of the SSEs by developing policies and frameworks to support and foster the strength and resilience of the SSEs, particularly in rural economies and the just transition to digital, green, and formal economies. We appreciate the efforts of the countries like Cape Verde, Cameroon, Djibouti, Senegal, and Tunisia that have developed supportive policies and frameworks for implementation of the SSEs. Equally, we welcome the initiatives taken by Morocco and South Africa in the development of similar policies. We are equally upbeat about adoption by the African region of the African Union's 10-year solidarity and social and solidarity economy strategy and the implementation plan with the support of the ILO. This strategy will help create a policy framework to legitimize, support, and expand the SSCs and its entities in Africa. This is an important milestone for the region. The ILO recognizes the transformative potential of the SSEs, especially in the promotion of social justice and decent work. The ILO resolution on decent work and the SSEs that was adopted in 2022 is another critical milestone. This resolution offers a universal tripartite definition of the SSEs and provided guidance on promoting the SSEs within the context of decent work. Since its founding, the ILO foresaw the relevance of cooperatives to its broad mandate as the most organized segment of the SSEs in many countries of the world. As early as 1919, formal relations were established between the ILO and the International Cooperative Alliance, the ICA, and the cooperatives have featured in international labor standards since 1947. ILO recommendation number 193 provides a framework for developing cooperative policies and legislation in the 21st century. The development of cooperatives has not progressed as was envisaged, and this remains a challenge for the expansion of the SSEs. Some of the challenges experienced include the lack of a conducive environment, limited access to finance, which is a significant barrier for many cooperatives and other SSE entities, especially in rural and underserved urban areas, and gap in skills and capacity among SSE entities, which can limit their effectiveness and sustainability. To assist in the resolution of the above challenges in the region, the ILO offers policy advice, capacity development and financing tools and services tailored to the diverse needs of the ILO constituents, including the SSE entities like cooperatives. For example, some of the tools offered to the cooperatives include Start Co-ops, Think Co-ops, and My Co-op. As a result of these interventions, there are remarkable social and technological innovations that are emerging across the continent. Digital technologies like mobile platforms for farmers, workers, and communities are being leveraged to enhance the reach and efficiency of the SSE initiatives. The ILO research shows that the SSE entities can play an active role, but they are not yet sufficiently recognized as agents of social innovation in the continent. And this is one area that we need to address aggressively. And I hope that when we meet next time, we would have made progress in this area. Ladies and gentlemen, as the ILO, we strongly believe that initiatives such as the African Cooperatives Centre are steps in the right direction to draw on the strength of the cooperative movement and catalyze decent job creation in Africa. This umbrella platform will contribute to realizing the huge potential of the SSEs by facilitating the discussion of best practice and their adaptation for replication in Africa. In conclusion, I would like to confirm that the ILO stands ready to support the implementation of this vehicle for the continent and its transformation. Mr. President, ILO will support the cooperatives and will not control them. Even as we provide financial support, we will still ensure that you are allowed to play your role in a free and democratic manner. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, ILO, and for ensuring the cooperatives that their independence will not be tempered. We thank you, ILO, we thank you, Mr. Ndaba, for raising this critical issue that the role of the cooperatives in Africa is not sufficiently recognized. And the launch of the Africa Cooperatives Centre today, I think precisely, is to address those issues across the continent, working with all the cooperators and cooperative organizations across the continent so that we can catalyze the decent jobs in Africa and contribute to the socio-economic development across the continent. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we now move on to the last speaker of our opening session. We will have a statement for the African Union, which will be done by our esteemed Clerk of Parliament, Pan-African Parliament. So on behalf of the African Union, we now have the honor and the privilege to invite to the podium Ms. Lindiwe Khumalo, the Clerk of Parliament.
Thank you, Dr. Mbogazi, for offering me the floor to make remarks on behalf of the African Union Commission. Mr. Lawrence Bale, representing cooperatives in South Africa, Dr. Sifa Chioge, Regional Director, International Cooperatives Alliance Africa, Mr. Ndaba Kumbula, Director of ILO, Special Representative to the African Union and the ECA, Dr. Sabelo Mbogazi, Head of the Department responsible for Social Security at the African Union Commission, representatives of departments of small business development in the Republic of South Africa, delegates from AU member states, distinguished African cooperatives, representatives of international organizations, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. I have the honor today to represent Her Excellency Ambassador Minata Sisuma, Commissioner for Health, Humanitarian Affairs and Social Development of the African Union. I would like to make the remarks that she has asked me to make, but before I do so, as Clerk of the Pan-African Parliament, I wish to welcome you even at the end of your deliberations to the Pan-African Parliament. I wish to thank you for selecting the Pan-African Parliament as the venue for this very important discussion. And I do trust that over the past 2 days that you have been here, you've enjoyed our facilities and the support of our staff. The Pan-African Parliament is an important organ of the African Union. It's established principally as a vehicle to connect African people to continental discussions such as the ones you are having today. The forefathers of the African Union considered after they had fought the external battle of colonialism and imperialism within Africa, considered it important that they turn inward and look at the state of affairs of the African people under independent African leaders, and felt it necessary that a body such as the Pan-African Parliament be established in order to ensure that the African Union itself, in all its deliberations at the policy level, have at the center of their discussions infused the needs and the aspirations of the African people. And therefore, the discussion that you are having here, or have been having over the past 2 days, on social and solidarity economy in Africa is an important one, and adds to the deliberations of the Pan-African Parliament on how best the African continent can place human labor at the center of its considerations. Having said that, I would like now to deliver the address. It is my great pleasure and honor to address you today at this pioneering occasion of the launch of the African Cooperatives Centre, which is a drive for advancing the social and solidarity economy in Africa. This event marks a significant milestone in our journey towards a more inclusive and sustainable Africa, as envisioned in our African Union Agenda 2063. The concept of social and solidarity economy is gaining momentum in Africa. It is an innovative approach to advance social protection, decent work, and sustainable and inclusive development. At its core, social solidarity economy combines economic development with social innovations, placing people rather than profit at the heart of its activities. The African Union Commission acknowledges this transformative power of the social and solidarity economy as a driver for sustainable development across Africa. And today, meeting here in Midrand, South Africa, we take a bold step forward in harnessing this potential through the establishment of the African Cooperatives Centre. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, the African Union Commission has shown great political commitment at continental level to develop and implement social protection strategies, legal frameworks, and instruments aimed at building inclusive and sustainable development towards the promotion of social protection and decent work on the African continent. This political commitment is reflected in the African Union Social Agenda 2063, the Ouagadougou +10 Declaration and Plan of Action on Employment, Poverty Eradication and Inclusive Development 2015, the Social Protection Plan for Workers in the Informal Economy and Rural Sector, the Draft Protocol to the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, on the rights of citizens to social protection and social security, amongst others. Overall, Aspiration 1 of Agenda 2063, the Africa that we want, calls for a prosperous Africa based on inclusive growth and sustainable development. This is to be achieved through a high standard of living, a quality of life, and well-being for all African citizens, focusing on the priority area of access to social security and social protection, incomes, jobs, and decent work. To further work towards advancing social protection and decent work on the African continent, the African Union ministers responsible for social development, labor, and employment recently endorsed the AU 10-year Social and Solidarity Economy Strategy and Implementation Plan, 2023 to 2032, in August of 2024. The journey to endorsement of the African Union Social Security Economy Strategy began with series of consultations and validation meetings, of which the Commission organized a consultative meeting for African cooperatives from the 24th to 25th August 2022 in Namibia, where the cooperatives had the opportunity to contribute to the AU SSE strategy. This shows the African Union Commission's commitment to ensuring that cooperatives are deeply involved in promoting the social and solidarity economy in Africa towards a greater goal. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, the launch of the African Cooperatives Centre today represents a culmination of all these efforts and is a pioneering step towards a more impactful and innovative approach to sustainable development in Africa. This center embodies the Commission's vision to establish a continental umbrella platform at the African Union for cooperatives and other social enterprises to come together. The center will serve as a continental hub for knowledge exchange, best practice exchange, capacity building, training and advocacy for cooperatives and other SSE entities to learn from each other and collectively address the challenges facing social protection in Africa. Distinguished guests, we recognize the unique potential of cooperatives to significantly contribute to inclusive and sustainable development across the African continent. And through this center, the African Union Commission envisions a transformative opportunity to explore new economic niches, foster innovative practices, and advance the AU SSE strategy on the continent. By harnessing the collective strength of cooperatives, we aim to create a ripple effect of positive change, touching livelihoods in both urban and rural communities and paving the way for a more prosperous Africa. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, the African Cooperatives Centre stands as a testimony of our shared vision and collective determination. It serves as a vanguard in our relentless pursuit of our continental agenda. As we move forward, let us remember that the true measure of our success will be the positive impacts that cooperatives make on the lives of all Africans. As the Commission inaugurates this center, we reaffirm our commitment to the principles of cooperation, solidarity, and mutual support that are at the heart of the SSE movement. We believe that by working together, we can create a more equitable and more resilient continent. Therefore, I take this opportunity to call upon all stakeholders, cooperative organizations, government representatives, international partners, civil society, AU organs, and other SSE entities to support and engage with the African Cooperatives Centre. And together we harness the power of cooperatives and the broader SSE to build resilient communities across our continent. The Commission looks forward to working hand in hand with African cooperatives and relevant stakeholders to fully realize the potential of this great initiative. The path ahead presents considerable opportunities, and it is through our united efforts that we shall transform this vision into a tangible and transformative reality for the benefit of all Africans. The African Union Commission looks forward to the meaningful outcomes that will undoubtedly arise from this pivotal undertaking. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it is therefore now with great honor that the Commission declares the African Cooperatives Centre officially launched as a driver for advancing the social and solidarity economy in Africa and a vehicle to achieving our Agenda 2063. Long live African cooperatives and long live Africa. I thank you all.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, but I didn't hear enough clapping. Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much. So, distinguished gentlemen, that brings us to the end of the opening session, and we thank you, Madam Lindwe Kumalo, the Clerk of Parliament, for these thought-provoking statements and for launching us into the great path that lies ahead of us. Your statement earlier on, when we talk about the history of AU, almost encouraged me to say the cooperatives could be a vehicle to liberate us from the shackles of colonialism, imperialism, and neoliberalism. Thank you. So colleagues, this brings us to the end of the opening session. And for the benefit of our distinguished guests on the high table, I think we are going to quickly go through introductions, just for us to be aware of the wisdom, intelligence, and experience that we have in the room. Colleagues and gentlemen, you'll just take the floor, introduce yourself, and the organization, the country and the organization where you come from, and then we proceed to the next person. We start with right here, Mauritius. You just press the button.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Mrs. Gita Abegu from Mauritius. I am actually the Registrar of Cooperative Societies in Mauritius. And in Mauritius, we've got around 1,500 of cooperative societies where the government of Mauritius is helping all the cooperative sectors in Mauritius by giving them grants, at least to boost up the local production. Government has come with a new scheme saying that, okay, Mauritius should produce its own products from the cooperative sectors and not importing. So government...
Okay, let's keep it going. Let's keep it going. Sorry. Thank you, Mauritius. We move on. We are doing a quick one, colleagues and gentlemen. So you just introduce and where you come from and the organization. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, Mauritius.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Natalino Barnett from Mozambique. I represent the cooperative movement of Mozambique, which is the Mozambican Association for Promotion of Modern Cooperatives.
Welcome, Mozambique.
Thank you.
We move on.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Jose Libombo Jr. I'm a representative for Ministry of Industry and Trade for Mozambique.
Welcome, obrigado, Tanzania.
My name is Charles Gishuri. I'm a chairperson of Tanzania Cooperative, Tanzania Cooperative Alliance. Thank you.
Karibu Tanzania, Nigeria.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Franca Adiokwe, and I work in the Federal Ministry of Labor and Employment in the Social Security and Cooperative Department.
Welcome, Nigeria.
My name is George Mbado. I'm the Executive Director of ACOSCA, the confederation body for the financial cooperative in the continent, representing 30 countries. Thank you.
Come, ACOSCA, good to see you here. The next.
Bonjour, je suis...
Good morning. Malik Diop is my name. I am from Senegal, Executive Director of the non-state actors.
Eswatini.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Tuli Gama from the Ministry of Labor under the Statutory Bodies and International Affairs Unit.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Bongani Mazia from Eswatini, the Deputy Commissioner for Cooperative. Thank you.
Thank you, Eswatini.
Good morning, everyone. I am Esther Santiago from Angola, a representative of Ministry of Social Action, Family and Women Promotion. Thank you.
Thank you, Angola. Welcome.
Morning. My name is Mike Duru, representing Cooperative Movement in Zimbabwe.
Welcome, Zim. We go to my far right. You can take the floor, sir.
Good morning. It is Ahmed Habib Abdullah, is my name. We work with the National Identity Management Commission, Nigeria, the Nigerian delegate.
Thank you. Thank you, my brother. Then we, behind Eswatini.
Thank you very much. My name is Asafa Manaye from Ethiopia Public Servant Social Security. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Zawdunesh Lagasa from Ethiopia Public Servant Social Security Administration.
Welcome, Ethiopia.
Good morning. My name is Meshak Bandawi, the Secretary General of Africa Social Security Association, a continental body for social security institutions, Arusha, Tanzania, as a headquarter.
Welcome again, Asa.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Alex Yamsindo. I'm the Director of the ILO here in South Africa. Thank you.
Welcome, Musindo.
Good morning, Eleni Hadis, ILO Addis Ababa.
Good morning, Ida Awal, Chief Technical Advisor, ILO Addis Ababa.
Thank you. Thank you, ILO. Sizwe.
Thank you. My name is Sizwe Mkwanazi. I am a researcher and an academic at the University of Johannesburg. I'm an associate researcher at the Africa Cooperatives Institute of South Africa. Thank you.
Welcome. Nigeria.
Good morning. My name is Victoria Azuike with the National Pension Commission in Nigeria.
Good morning. My name is Uchenna Chibo, Director Operations, National Identity Management Commission, Nigeria.
Thank you. Morocco.
Gentlemen, I'm Ms. Aisha Rifai. I'm the General Director of the Office of Cooperation Development. It's a governmental organization under the tutelage of the Ministry of Tourism, Handicrafts, and Social and Solidarity Economy.
Welcome, Morocco.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Johnny Muteba from the Pan-African Chamber of Commerce, based here in Johannesburg, South Africa. I'm also representing Catalyst 2030. So some of our colleagues are here behind. Thank you.
Pan-African Chamber of Commerce.
Yes.
Yes, the next row, please.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Tandy Davis, and I'm the Chief Communication Officer in the Pan-African Chamber of Commerce here in South Africa.
Good morning, ladies and gents. My name is Figile Shoba. I'm also from the Pan-African Chamber of Commerce, heading the Transport and Logistics portfolio. Thank you.
Welcome.
Good morning. My name is Erika Kempken. I run an organization called Youth at Work and work closely with the Catalyst Chapter South Africa and Africa Forward movement.
Welcome.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Levu Musime, and I'm from the African Farmers Association of Southern Africa.
Good morning, everybody. I am Katlaho Chibamba. I sit as the chairperson for Catalyst 2030 South Africa, but I'm also representing Africa Forward, which is an innovation and entrepreneurship-led driver.
Welcome, colleagues from the Catalyst 2030. Next row, please.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Umuzi Zulu. I come from Military Veterans Projects, South Africa. I'm the chairperson. Thank you.
That was it. Okay.
Good morning. My name is Pascal Gahungu, représentant du comité exécutif des coopératives du Burundi. Merci.
Merci beaucoup.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Martin Semenya. I'm the General Secretary of the National Cooperative Association of South Africa in CASA. Thank you.
Welcome, Mr. Semenya.
Good morning, colleagues. My name is Tabiso Mudise from the National Department of Social Development, South Africa. Thanks.
Thank you.
Well, good morning, everybody. My name is Sanda Mvana. I'm the Managing Director of the Agency for Social Enterprise and Solidarity Economy here in South Africa. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Laurent Kansinjiro from Malawi's Ministry of Gender, Community Development and Social Affairs. I'm coming from the Social Cash Transfer Program.
Thank you.
Good morning, colleagues. My name is Gilbert Kaponda, also from Malawi, Ministry of Gender, Community Development and Social Welfare, and I'm in the Social Cash Transfer Program. Thank you.
From the home heart of Africa. The next one.
Good morning, everyone. My names are Tatayotle Mpule, typical Tswana names. I'm from Botswana. I represent the cooperative movement as the chairperson.
Pula.
Mpule.
No, I'm saying Pula as a slogan.
Yes, yes.
Welcome, Botswana.
Thank you.
Okay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Samuel Anefi. I am from Ghana, representing Ghana Cooperative Council.
Good morning. My name is Daniel Marube. I'm the Executive Director and MD of the Cooperative Alliance of Kenya. Karibuni.
Karibu. Next one, please. Speed.
Good morning. My name is Novi Litsuela. I'm from South Africa, representing ASME, the All Africa Association for Small, Medium and Enterprises.
Welcome, man.
Good morning. I'm Lendi Spires, and I'm the president of Kretoa SA Foundation.
Good morning, everyone. Anthony Makwira Mitsi from the National Department of Social Development, South Africa.
Good morning, colleagues. I'm Noma Swazidlamini at the ILO Pretoria office.
Good morning, Yolandi Davids, ILO Pretoria office.
Good morning. My name is Sitembile Moyo. I'm the managing editor of Inner City Gazette.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Zukile Machigela. I'm also from the Agency for Social Enterprise and Solidarity Economy, the organization with the banners outside. Thank you.
Thank you. Are we good?
Yes, we are good. We are from SABC, the radio economy. So we're just journalists here, reporters. Thank you.
Welcome. We like media. On the left, colleagues.
Good morning, colleagues. My name is Lawrence Munyai from the Cooperatives Movement in South Africa. Thank you.
Good morning, colleagues. My name is Peace Manzini. I'm from NAXA, working towards unity cooperatives in order to promote unity in cooperative structures in order to honor the new act, which is Act 6 of 2013. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good morning, colleagues. My name is Sandra Mudir Iseman, typical Tswana names, but from South Africa. I'm a deputy president of the National Tertiary Cooperatives of South Africa. Thank you.
Welcome. Dagmar.
Good morning, colleagues. My name is Dagmar Isalu, Policy Officer at the African Union Commission.
Good morning, Evelyn Kempe, African Union Commission.
Good morning, Mary Aisha Menta, African Union Commission.
Good morning, my name is Saunet Mulshaw, African Union Commission. Thank you.
Thank you very much. From the AU team, I'm sure the names.
Let me introduce myself.
Oh, there's someone else.
Yes.
Calling from where? Oh.
Yeah, good morning. My name is Lefoko Kesama. I'm from the African Union Commission. Thank you, Chair.
Welcome. He's also from Botswana, so colleagues, thank you very much. I think we very much appreciate the wisdom, and when we are aware that we've got the right profile in the room. Mr. Cameraman, can you please come down? We would like to have a picture for the high table. This is a launch, and we want to put this on record, and we want to document the moment of the distinguished delegates that were here when we launched this African Cooperative Centre. Can I request us to what is best for them to come to the fore? Can I request the high table to come to the fore? Okay. We are going. We have been requested by the media that we should request everyone to come to the fore. They want to take a picture, our communication, and we always listen to what they are saying. So, colleagues and gentlemen, please come to the fore. They want to document the moment. I think it doesn't move. There's a wiring.
Yes.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, so we thank our dignitaries for delivering the opening remarks. So we are going to settle down until we are guided. Let us request our colleagues to project the presentation. Can we have our presentation projected as planned? So, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I think at this point we just want to bring everyone up to speed with regards to the African Cooperatives Centre. So I'll go through the objectives so that we are all united towards one objective. The main objective of the meeting is to launch this Cooperative Centre, an initiative by the African Union. The meeting will provide a platform of African cooperatives and other social enterprises to share experiences and to tap into best practices to advance the SSE in Africa. The expected outcome is that the African Cooperative will be launched, and you heard the speech by the Clerk of Parliament, and we'll agree on the mandate and the framework of the Cooperative Centre. This is our wish to you, that have a successful launch of the cooperatives. So basically, if it's possible, can we go back to the objectives? If it's possible. Technical team, can we go back to the objectives? They are very quick. The objective slide, so that we can highlight these things. So we've made a presentation to various platforms. The question was, what exactly this center is going to do? The African Cooperative Centre, what is it that is going to do? So there is an attempt to provide insight on what the center will be doing. It's talking about to provide a platform for all the cooperatives in Africa and other social enterprises. And we are glad here we have the Catalyst 2030. And this platform will be provided so that the cooperatives can share experiences and tap into one another's best practices in order to advance socio-economic development across the continent. And this is in line with Agenda 2063, aspiration number 1, which enjoins all of us to drive an inclusive growth and sustainable development. So this brings us to the end of this explanation on objectives. I now would like to invite the colleague who will then locate this stream of work, Mary, who will then locate this stream of work, that it is a piece of work that is intended to drive, to assist, to advance the social and solidarity economy. So, as you heard the speech, about the speech by the Clerk of Parliament that AU adopted the SSE. This is the social and solidarity economy, and we are looking at cooperatives as just one platform, one avenue that we have identified which will assist us to advance and to implement the 10-year strategy on social and solidarity economy. I think with this, we can then move forward. We'll just get one presentation on SSE so that you can see where this piece of work is anchored. Mary.
Thank you very much. I would like to start with a few lines from the Clerk of Parliament's opening remarks this morning to say that the SS is gaining momentum in Africa, and it is seen as an innovative way to advance social protection and decent work in Africa, all to achieve inclusive growth and sustainable development in Africa. So, what is SSE? How did SSE come about, and where are we heading to with the SSE in Africa? So the concept of SSE has been since from history, but then that concept SSE, the social and solidarity economy, was just born recently. But the whole idea around the social and solidarity economy was born from the various experiences of small and medium enterprises that were formed from families, that were formed from neighborhoods, that were formed from communities, and also different forms of cooperation and mutual aid from rising time. And then one element that has been seen in this form of small and medium enterprises over time is that element of solidarity. So that's where the concept of the social and solidarity economy came about. So to have a general overview of the definition of the social and solidarity economy, it is basically an umbrella term that covers a wide range of institutional units that produce goods and services while pursuing economic gains and, more importantly, social aims. And it combines economic development and innovations and places people rather than profit at the center of its activities. And while it is people sensitive, it is also planet sensitive. So there are different organizational forms, or starting with the building blocks of the SSE. The SSE has different organizational forms. It has principles that it operates under, and then it's also cut across various sectors. And as we can see, that the different forms of the social and solidarity economy are cooperatives, which were here, and then associations, we have mutual societies, we have foundations, we have social enterprises, self-help groups, and community-based organizations. And these organizations operate under the principles of social, cultural, and environmental purposes. They also operate under the principle of limited or prohibited distribution of profits. They also operates under the principle of democracy, of voluntary membership, and autonomy and independence, as Mr. Lawrence earlier pointed out this morning in the opening remarks. And we have various sectors that the SSE organizations operate in. They operate in the health sector, the education sector, agriculture, services, trading, handicap, mining, houses, all sectors we can think about. So while these SSE organizations operate in different sectors and have different organizational forms, they also impact very significantly on the economy, and also to advance inclusive and sustainable development. And they help to promote social protection. They help to reduce poverty. The SSE organizations help to also develop community. They help to have access to affordable finances, education, also to empower women, youth, also people with disabilities, and also the SSE organizations also contribute to employment generation, food security as well. As you can see, our SSE organizations are in agricultural sector, and also they help to promote social justice, forge partnerships as well in general, and the overview and the overall contribution is to sustainable and also inclusive development on the continent. So since the concept of the social and solidarity economy is a new area of work, and then it is gradually gaining momentum on the continent, however, there are few African countries, member states, who have adopted, or they also have legal policy frameworks that speak to SSE in their policy framework. So the first member state that adopted a legal framework on the social and solidarity economy is Cape Verde, which they adopted in 2016, and then followed by Cameroon. Cameroon also has a legal framework on SSEs. Djibouti has, Tunisia, Senegal, Morocco also has a legal framework on SSE, Mali as well, and South Africa has a green paper that speaks to the social and solidarity economy. So more member states are beginning to be aware of the social and solidarity economy, and they are beginning to incorporate the social and solidarity economy into their policy frameworks. So taking into account the significant contributions of the social and solidarity economy, and specifically seeing the social and solidarity economy as a solution to cushioning the COVID-19, the African Union Commission developed the AU 10-year social and solidarity economy, and this strategy was developed in 2021, and there are various policy instruments at the AU level that the social and solidarity economy aligns with. So it's not a standalone strategy. It also fits into other already existing policy frameworks at AU level. It's aligns with the AU Social Agenda 2063. It aligns with the Ouagadougou 10+ Declaration and Action Plan on Employment, Poverty Eradication and Inclusive Development. The AU SSE strategy also aligns with the protocol to the African Charter on Human and People's Rights on the rights of citizens to social protection and social security. It also aligns with the AfCFTA, the African Continental Free Trade Area, and overall, it aligns with Aspiration 1 of AU Agenda 2063 that speaks to achieving inclusive growth and sustainable development. So when the AU SSE strategy was developed, it had to go through various processes for it to be able to be adopted by member states. So we are in that process, but we have reached a milestone. So the first step is that the AU SSE strategy went through a series of consultations and validation meetings. The first validation meeting was held in August 2022, and I'm very happy to announce that the first validation meeting had cooperatives, so it was a cooperative consultative meeting. It was a cooperative consultative meeting where we had over 20 cooperatives in Africa. We met in Windhoek, Namibia, and they had the opportunity to scrutinize this AU SSE strategy and then feed into it towards its adoption. And I'm very happy that we're also inviting here the cooperatives to also, feed into the whole SSE strategy of the African Union. So after the cooperatives were consulted, we moved on to member states, and just last month, I'm also pleased to announce that the AU SSE strategy was officially endorsed by the ministers in charge of social development, labor and employment, and it was endorsed at the STC, the Specialized Technical Committee on Social Development, Labor and Employment. So this endorsement gives us the power, it gives us the go-ahead to implement the AU SSE strategy in Africa. So what is the vision of the AU SSE strategy? The vision of the AU SSE strategy aligns with several aspirations of Agenda 2063, and basically it has the vision of ensuring that Africa has an inclusive growth and sustainable development. And the mission of the strategy is not only to promote social protection and decent work, but to ensure that the SSE in Africa has more visibility and awareness that it has the power and the potential to contribute to Africa's development path. The goal of the strategy is to ensure that there is an enabling and also supportive environment for cooperatives, for various SSE entities that were earlier mentioned, to be able to thrive and contribute to the continent. So the objective of the AU SSE strategy is to recognize and promote SSE as a trans-sectorial actor of the African Union main socio-economic policies. It also has the objective to promote coordination among different ministries, offices, different stakeholders with a clear objectives that are clearly defined and benchmarked. The last objective of the AU SSE strategy is to foster a conducive ecosystem to grow SSEs in Africa. So in line with the general principles of the social and solidarity economy, the African Union Commission also outlined various principles that the AU SSE strategy would work in line with. So the AU SSE strategy works in line with the principle of human rights, of gender responsiveness, of inclusivity, to promote decent work, multi-sectorial and multidisciplinary, making sure that it cuts across various sectors, and also the principle of participation, where all stakeholders are brought to the table. It also operates under the principle of sustainability like environmental sustainability and also local development. So in order to bring this strategy to life, in order to make sure that the strategy is a working document, the AU Commission also developed the implementation plan. It's a 10-year implementation plan from 2023 to 2032, and the implementation plan has 6 priority areas. And the first priority area speaks to awareness, advocacy, and continental policy, basically increasing the awareness of the SSE in Africa. And the second priority area speaks to communication and training, where different stakeholders are sensitized on SSEs and its potential to contributing to development in Africa. The third priority area speaks to legal, policy, programmatic, and governance frameworks, basically ensuring that the SSE is taken into account in the policy frameworks of member states. The fourth priority area speaks to economic viability, value chains, and markets, making sure that SSE organizations contribute significantly to the production and distribution of their economies. The fifth priority area speaks to socio-economic development sectors and environmental sustainability. Like I earlier mentioned, making sure that our environment is sustainable and free of not contributing to climate change. The last and the sixth priority area speaks to dialogue, bringing all stakeholders to the table to exchange ideas and best practices. So, as I conclude and giving the overview of the AU SSE strategy, I would like to point out that as the SSE is gaining more awareness in Africa, it's important that we note that scaling up the social and solidarity economy and also realizing and also achieving the transformative potentials of the social and solidarity economy requires that the government and also member states supports policies and also include policies on the social and solidarity economy, and not only at continental level as the African Union is doing with the AUSSE strategy, but also governments are encouraged to incorporate the social and solidarity economy at national level and also the regional level. And I would like to say at the end that the social and solidarity economy is a window and also a door of opportunity to achieving our Africa we want. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary, for eloquently narrating the story of and the journey of the social and solidarity economy strategy or 10-year strategy. So upon this strategy, this is one of the frameworks upon which the work that we are doing today, the launch of the African Cooperatives Centre, is anchored. One of the frameworks, Mr. Clement, one of the frameworks that is also undergoing approvals, but it has already been adopted by the Pan-African Parliament, is the model law on cooperatives. And our brother Clement is going to provide an overview on the model law so that we know about the EU frameworks that are in place specifically for the cooperatives. Clement.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sabelo, for inviting me to speak. I hope I was trying to get set up by IT so that I can share the presentation. Well, thank you so much. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols duly observed. It's my great honor to stand in front of you to give an overview of the just adopted model law on cooperatives in Africa, which I believe is a contribution to the SSE agenda, which has just been presented brilliantly by my colleague, Mary. I will cover 4 specific issues. I will just provide a background, first to the mandate of the Pan-African Parliament, particularly which enables it to make model laws. And I will take you quickly through the process of development of the model law on cooperatives in Africa. Then I will discuss briefly its content before highlighting the reason why the model law should be embraced as an instrument to promote integration, economic development, and particularly SSE in Africa. You may know that the Pan-African Parliament was set up to ensure the full participation of African peoples in the development and economic integration on the continent. And this mandate came from a number of African Union instruments, particularly the Abuja Treaty, the AU Constitutive Act, but also the PAP Protocol. If we present the African Union along the lines of three arms of government, it would look like you can see on the screen, the Pan-African Parliament holding legislative mandate with an institutional framework headed by a bureau composed of 5 members representing the 5 regions of Africa. We're having a plenary composed of members of parliament designated 5 per member states, including at least 1 woman and 1 member of opposition. And the plenary itself has permanent committees focusing and cooking plenary work along various policy areas. And I must say that the model law on cooperatives was driven by the Committee on Finance and Monetary Affairs. The Pan-African Parliament also has regional groupings called caucuses, but along regional caucuses, which are basically regional groupings where members of parliament do some politicking along a wide range of issues. We also have thematic caucuses. And then we have a secretariat headed by Madam Lindiwe Kumalo, who spoke earlier on. And myself, I'm also part of the secretariat. The Pan-African Parliament, as I said before, was born out of the resolve by the AU heads of states by virtue of the Abuja Treaty in 1991. But the resolution took a lot of time to be implemented. And in 1999, in Sirte, Libya, the heads of states resolved again to expedite the process of setting up the Pan-African Parliament. And in 2000, when the AU Constitutive Act was adopted, the Pan-African Parliament was listed amongst the organs of the African Union, but it required a dedicated protocol for the Pan-African Parliament to be launched. And that protocol was adopted in 2001. It entered into force in 2003, so 2 years later. And it is in 2004 that the Pan-African Parliament started operating. It was on the 18th of March in Addis Ababa. And according to the PAP protocol adopted in Sirte, the Pan-African Parliament was supposed to be vested with full legislative power 5 years later, meaning in 2009. However, the negotiations could not get white smoke to come out. It waited up to 2014 when a new protocol was adopted. This protocol is not yet into force, and PAP is still operating under the Sirte protocol, but the new protocol is known to have improved or enhanced powers of the Pan-African Parliament. As we speak, this protocol has been ratified by 15 member states out of the 28 expected. And indeed, under this protocol, PAP will have mandates to, among other things, to contribute to the African Union treaty-making process, but also legislative frameworks development, particularly through model laws with a process that is well developed. However, until this protocol is in force, the current mandate of the Pan-African Parliament includes playing a role in the AU budget, and particularly promoting an increased participation of national parliaments to ensure that the member states are able to timely pay and contribute to the AU budget. The Pan-African Parliament is also expected to make recommendations into the AU budget prior to its adoption by the Executive Council. The Pan-African Parliament also has some oversight power. I call it soft. It is soft oversight power. Then we also have a representational power, which consists mainly in parliamentary diplomacy, ensuring promotion and sensitization around the AU policies and instruments. And lastly, and most importantly, in the context of this meeting, the Pan-African Parliament has a quasi-legislative mandate, and this is well spelled out under Article 11 of its protocol, paragraph 3, that the Pan-African Parliament shall work towards the harmonization and coordination of laws of member states. And when it comes, for instance, to the situation of, let's say, domestication of the African Union SSE strategy, it is indeed relevant that the way in which this strategy and other frameworks, including in relation to cooperatives, those frameworks should be incorporated at the national level the same way to ensure that there is harmonization and there is equal protection and guarantees across the continent. It is therefore on the basis of these provisions enabling the Pan-African Parliament to harmonize laws of the member states that the Pan-African Parliament has been developing model laws, particularly in accordance with a process developed by the Pan-African Parliament plenary, which is a process which allows all stakeholders, all concerned stakeholders, to be part of the process to ensure that the final product of the model law echoes with and responds to the aspirations of peoples of the continent that the Pan-African Parliament has mandate to represent. And indeed, this framework, this procedural framework is presented in a schematic way, which starts with an approval process where plenary must be satisfied about whether a model law should indeed be developed in the area or not. And once plenary is satisfied, particularly taking into account three criteria. The first criteria is that there should be a legal and policy backing for the model law, meaning there should be at the continental level a policy and or a legal framework which must be domesticated at the national level. And particularly for the model law on cooperatives, I'll go through it. We have a wide range of policies, of continental policies and legal frameworks, which constitutes the basis for member states to develop laws in the area. And the second element is the test of opportunity, because there could be some instruments, policy or legal at the continental level, but maybe a model law is not required right now. And Parliament also needs to satisfy itself that we need it right now, not tomorrow. And the last test is the test of capability, which enables Parliament to ensure that we have the means to start the process and finalize it up to the end. So it is basically on the basis of this procedure that the Pan-African Parliament has been able to develop so far 7 model laws, The last one being the model law on cooperatives in Africa, for which, again, I need to acknowledge the support received from ICA Africa, and Madam Sifa was on the forefront of providing such support. But there are also model laws on which we worked with the Department of Social Affairs. For instance, the model law on disability in Africa and so forth. Currently, we are working on other model laws, as you can see on the screen. For instance, the model law on substance abuse in Africa and so forth, which may be of relevance in relation to social affairs. So let me now, ladies and gentlemen, go to the substance of the model law itself, the model law on cooperatives, which was basically launched for which the plenary approved its formulation in November 2022. Although previously, with ICA Africa, the Committee on Finance of the Parliament worked together to first try and understand the nitty-gritties of cooperatives, issues, values, principles, and other related matters. And that basically was an opportunity to empower members of parliament and make them confident in the process of formulation of the model law on cooperatives. Let me say that the model law was particularly informed by AU legal and policy frameworks, and particularly some provisions of the AU Constitutive Act, the African Economic Community Treaty, and other instruments, as you can see on the screen. In the interest of time, I will skip some of them. But let me highlight the fact that, for instance, the FCFTA agreement particularly emphasizes the fact that the potential and capacities of African organizations and services suppliers should be harnessed, and particularly the micro, small, and medium level enterprises, and to enable them to engage in the regional and global value chains. The model law is also anchored in Agenda 2063, and I'm happy it has been highlighted previously, and various policy decisions of the African Union promoting peoples-driven and integrated economic models. But beyond the African Union policy and legal frameworks, the model law is also informed by other regional initiatives. For instance, in Central and Western Africa, we have OHADA, a regional organization for harmonization of business law in Africa, which developed in 2010 a harmonized law on cooperatives. We also, given the fact that the model law will be used by countries that also are members of OHADA, we try to ensure that there is harmony and policy coherence. And I'm happy that Mary referred to policy coherence. In East African community, there has been an initiative underway, which has not yet concluded. But we believe some provisions of this draft East African Community Cooperative Society Bill constitute at least the minimum acceptable provisions for member states from from East Africa. And then the UN conventions and guidelines, particularly the ILO guidelines, were key instruments guiding the model law formulation. And lastly, national best practices. Again, we received great support from ICA Africa, working with national bodies on cooperatives, which enable to put on the table the various models, which helped us to come up with a middle ground, which was formulated or embedded in the model law. So basically, as I said before, the process started even before COVID, in terms of capacitating members to be able to understand the concepts, the values, the principles, and the workings of cooperatives. And it was in 2022, November, that the committee was able to approve that the model law would be developed. And in July 2024, the model law was adopted. And as we speak, we are in the process of finalizing the production, the designing of the model law, and ensure its dissemination, and promote its adoption and use by the various parliament, particularly using 5 members, the 5 members that represent each member states at the Pan-African Parliament, because we believe that the 5 members could use the model law as a private bill in Parliament. But we are also happy of your presence because alongside members of Parliament, representatives of the executive could also use the model law as a proposal, a bill, which presents a second way through which the model law can be used and become a legal or a legislative instrument. Let me say also that the model law went through a rigorous consultative process to enable that the various ideas, aspirations of the people of Africa were incorporated, particularly from the consultations. We were able to get feedback on the gaps and areas that needed improvement. And that was done from the consultations. There were some suggestions and recommendations based on the challenges that the cooperative movement faces on the ground. And then we discussed some best practices, and indeed the consultations aim to promote ownership by the cooperative movement of the model law. And let me basically take you through at least some elements of the model law itself. For instance, the model law, and I hope if you don't have it, it will be shared to you. Let me preempt that request. It will be shared to you because the model law as finalized is now a public document which can be shared, and members of parliament and even government or representatives of the executive can use it as it is, can readapt it, can get part of it or use it in full. So the model law states its purpose and objectives. And basically, its purpose is to regulate the cooperatives from the whole life of cooperatives, from their establishment, the organization, the way they are managed, the promotion of their activities, development of cooperatives, and other related matters such as taxation, such as how dissolution of cooperatives and other elements. The model law also basically endorses the principles and values guiding the establishment and operations of cooperatives. And these values, which you know, such as self-help, self-responsibility, solidarity, honesty, and the principles underpinning the functioning of cooperatives, such as the principle of voluntary and open membership, member economic participation, and so on and so forth. The model law also defines its scope of application and asserts its primacy over other potential legislations, which could also be addressing matters related to cooperatives. But there's a disclaimer that where other laws provide more protection for cooperatives, such laws should continue to apply. The model law also tried to settle some uncertainties in relation to the definition of some terms used generally in the cooperatives movements. And the section on interpretation basically tried to reconcile the potential conflicting definitions. And basically, we have an entire part on how cooperatives are to be regulated. And let me particularly underline the Article 11 defining the legal personality, which is expected to be led by the principle of distinctness. And this is a way particularly to protect the assets of members of cooperatives vis-à-vis the cooperative itself. This part also, among other things, contains a provision on a day of cooperatives and Pan-African Cooperatives Week as a day for sensitization and outreach, promotion of issues to do with cooperatives, to ensure that the whole concept of cooperatives is embraced and becomes a daily reality of peoples of the continent. The model law also addresses issues to do with contribution and liability of cooperatives, voting rights, the extent to which members contribute to decision making, and also protects, because on the basis of a voluntary and open membership, mechanisms through which members can withdraw from cooperatives, and indeed reaffirming particularly the rules of natural justice when it comes to expulsion of members from a cooperative. This part basically is followed by many other articles on the functioning of the various organs of cooperatives, starting with the General Assembly or meeting and other management bodies of cooperatives. And then basically the model law ends by defining some miscellaneous elements, for instance, and showing that, for instance, the model law should be translated in all vernacular languages, because the model law should be seen and embraced as a pro-poor instrument, an instrument meant to empower the poor. And this includes also persons with disabilities. Indeed, the model law also makes provisions for dispute settlement, and particularly, first of all, giving primacy to internal and to exhaustion of internal dispute, to exhaustion of internal remedies before trying to go for administrative and judicial means of settlement. So basically, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, I have taken you through very quickly through the substance of the model law, but I thought I should highlight at least a few reasons as to why this model law is something which you should embrace, we should use, and you should promote at a national level. One, this model law is basically a readily available instrument which you can use, introduce to become a national legislation. And where such legislation cooperatives exist already, it can be used for amendments, for improving the existing frameworks. Secondly, the model law is also an instrument for and a tool for advocacy. It gives guidance, for instance, even for the cooperatives to know how they should organize themselves, how they should make sure that, for instance, their articles of association or their constitution is structured. So basically, the model law becomes an instrument that can catalyze an harmonized cooperative legislation and practice. Thirdly, the model law is a compilation of best practices from our various countries, and which best practices put together, if implemented, can contribute to Africa's integration and economic development, including in the area of free trade and solidarity, social and solidarity economy. Fourthly, its provisions are anchored in international and regional policy and legal instruments. So to the extent that there wouldn't be questions as to why are we promoting this specific standard, because this standard is already accepted by the member states at the level, whether at the level of the UN or at the level of the AU, or even for those who are members of regional economic communities, probably at the level of East Africa and community of or other regional economic communities. Fifthly, the model law also addresses in a single document most of the issues that cooperatives grapple with, most of the issues. So it's a toolbox which addresses most of those issues. And it is basically also important to note that the model law adopted a right-based approach alongside a developmental-based approach, whereby most of the provisions try to infuse human rights. The rights, for instance, of members of cooperatives were basically incorporated in the instrument. And also, on the other side, the instrument tried to empower cooperatives as means and actors for social development. 7, Indeed, in the same instrument, you see the rights and the duties and responsibilities are balanced. Not only the rights and the responsibilities of cooperatives, but also of the member states. Because when it comes to the activities of cooperatives and even the taxable income of cooperatives, it has an impact on national budgets, which is a sovereign right, but at the same time, there are responsibilities stated for the member state to ensure that, for instance, there is an enabling environment for cooperatives to be able to thrive so that they can feed the state. And lastly, thank you, 3 minutes, but I'll do 1 minute. The cooperatives, the model law provides for a mechanism, for an enforcement mechanism, for an implementation mechanism, because it has been seen that a law would become a wish if there's no implementing mechanism to monitor and to ensure its implementation. The model law provides, therefore, that possibility and even the modalities for a state institution to support, to guide, and to oversee the activities of cooperatives. Ladies and gentlemen, excellencies, distinguished guests, I think I have covered the topic, and I think I'll end by calling for you to embrace this very interesting legal instruments, model legal instruments, to ensure that there is an enabling environment for cooperatives and for particularly for SSEs to thrive, not only in our countries, but within the continent of Africa. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, my brother and colleague, Clement, for taking us through what the Pan-African Parliament stands for, but also the utility of model laws in Africa. Colleagues and gentlemen, we are going to take a quick break and then we'll have some coffee. We have absorbed a lot, so we need to go on coffee and exchange this information. We will have a coffee just at the entrance there. Let me put a comma. We thank you very much for your cooperation. We will crave for your indulgence, ladies and gentlemen. We have few delegates that will leave and are rushing to catch the flights. So I will request you to just remain seated a little bit. When we are going to do this very important session where we have a panel of key experts. So let me then just invite them right away with your concurrence. Let me invite them right away to come to the fore. Let me invite the Kingdom of Morocco to take the seat. They will form our panelists. Let me invite Senegal to kindly take the floor. Our brother George from Makoska, ILO to also take the floor so that we can right away go to our Cooperative State of Play panel. This will be moderated by none other than our dear sister, Dr. Sifa. Dr. Sifa. But also we will have our discussant, and our discussant will be Sizo Mkonazi, to also kindly come to take a seat. So I believe that the moderator will be sitting somewhere. Could we assist to ensure that everyone has a seat at the table? To ensure that everyone has a seat at the table.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sabelo. I had many stories, but unfortunately, because of time, I will not be able to introduce this particular session with so many stories. First, to say that cooperative have been always a way of living for Africans. However, the model itself, or the way it is defined, like in Kenya, we like saying that it came by sea. It has been on the continent for many, many years. In South Africa, we can date it in the 18th centuries. The very first black cooperatives as we know them today, we can trace them from Tanzania. That is the coffee. We have some good examples from Ghana as well, Uganda, Kenya, and the like. But that is the past. The cooperatives have made their contribution to the development of the continents, as to be illustrated by our eminent presenters, right from the nationals to the regional economies. However, like we have heard, a lot can still be done. Hence, we are here with the African Union. Yes, South Africa. Yes, thank you. That is why we are here, to try and revamp our activities, re-engineer them so that we can fast track, if not, explore the full potential of the African socio-economies through the cooperative model. Our very own hosts, that is South Africa, representative is not yet on the table. Please, if you can come forward as the panelists. Without further ado, like we have heard, this particular session is about cooperative state of play, conversation with the media. So we do have our media also ready, because we shall move very fast to salvage the little time we still have. The objective of this particular session is to discuss the state of the play in advancing the social and solidarity economy in the member states, and the significance of the development trajectory of Africa. The expected outcomes will be shared experiences and best practices from member states, institutions in promoting the SACs as the tool of sustainable and inclusive development, but also practical recommendation on strategies and policies to create an enabling environment for cooperative and the other SACs entities to thrive and contribute to the social protection and the overall development of the member states. I will be the moderator, but we'll have the media also asking questions. But before we can call on the media, please just be ready. I would like to make a small introduction on our panelists. We do have, like we have had, Cooperative South Africa, represented by our able Bale, Lawrence, the King of Morocco, represented by Aisha, Cooperative Alliance of Kenya with Baba Marube, Republic of Senegal, Malik Diop. We have the ILO, represented by, sorry, I think we have changed the ILO representative. Huh? Thank you. So please, she'll tell us her name. Then we have Akoska, represented by George. And we'll have a discussant, that is Suize Nkwananzi, very able young man, a great cooperative academic who will also help us in this session. Without further ado, I would like at least to now call upon the media to please ask some few questions to our panelists. And I would like to request a special favor. George has to catch his flight at, he has to leave for the airport at 1:10. So if the media can first focus on questions to do with financial cooperatives and what George has to say, and then we continue with the other panelists. Media, please, are you ready? Hello? Please go on. You can start with presentation, then you can shoot with the questions. Thank you.
A question from us from Channel Africa Radio. We would just want to know a little of these two questions. I'm just going to place the two questions, as you said, that Mr. has to rush for his flight. So the first one is like, what are the benefits of the launch going forward as your vision is 2063? Then the second one, you can just answer them at once, is fine, of course we're rushing. The other one, will African Cooperatives Centre, ACC, be able to create jobs and help on social security in which way? Thank you.
Thank you. First, I begin by saying that in the continent of Africa, as explained by Dr. Sifa, the cooperative has existed for a long time. The challenge that we've been posed with over the continent is there's been either mismanagement practices or the laws that are there have not been so convenient to encourage that kind of growth. So as an institution or in the space that we are in at the moment with 30 countries, the newest member being Somalia coming in next month, is we are trying to see that the best way to engage is to encourage unity of purpose. And we're using the Kenya model today. Kenya has a cooperative bill that is on the floor. And one of the things that Kenya has done so well that we think is a model that can be used, and it's also realigned with what you're actually doing, the cooperative model law for AU, is to see that we all work in a structured manner. There's power that you're seeing. There's a Cooperative Alliance of Kenya. And in the Cooperative Alliance of Kenya, there are other segments of cooperatives that are able to support the work that Kenya is doing, from the financial to the agriculture to the housing, and all that they do it together. The other thing that is probably connected with the social solidarity economy, which if you look at it and you look at the ICA cooperative principle, it's in essence, it is that. So when you see social solidarity economy and you see the work that we are meant to do, we are also meant to work with the mutual groups, which I know is what you're doing. In Kenya, for instance, you have in the cooperative bank, you have in the cooperative insurance, then it's a model that you're saying, if the cooperative can create employment, we need a well-coordinated structure that cooperative have a certain framework that they benefited from their risk management. They have a certain framework that they benefit from the financial. But the bottom line, if you want to talk about creating employment, particularly the continent of a median age of 1920, our continent, you want to attract the young people. So you want to create a model that is attractive. So as financial cooperatives, we are trying to build confidence for people to say 1 shilling in the cooperatives is as safe as 1 shilling in the bank, perhaps even safer. That's our motto.
Thank you.
Do you want him to go to the second question, or we just go through the rest and then you'll come back with the next question?
He can just continue, please. That would be better.
Yeah, thank you very
Thank you.
much. Aisha, please.
Thank you, Dr. Sifa. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm really delighted to be here with you and feel grateful to take a part of the launch of the ACC. It's a true opportunity for the cooperative sector to have finally a purpose environment to grow up. So the concept of ACC in Morocco is not recent. Maybe the terminology is recent, but the principles and values of Moroccan society resonate perfectly with the principles and values of ACC, and they are truly rooted in our culture. Over the past 2 decades, Morocco has embarked on remarkable transformation driven by the vision of His Majesty the King Mohammed VI. This vision has guided the nation's development across various sectors, with the ACC as a crucial pillar. His Majesty's commitment to sustainable development and inclusive growth is encapsulated in his first speech as a king. No social development is possible in the absence of economic growth. So it's therefore necessary to build a new economy capable of supporting globalization and meeting their challenges. If we have adopted for market economy, this doesn't mean that we are seeking for a market society, but a social economy in which economic efficiency and social solidarity are combined. Morocco ACC has evolved significantly over the years, gaining prominence as a unique sector that complements private and public ones. ACC in Morocco was conceived as a tool to face social inequalities and reduce territorial disparities. And it really played a big role to ensure decent job, reduce poverty, and empower women. But today, the Moroccan vision about ACC has completely changed after the establishment of the new development the new development model of Morocco, established in 2021. This new development model has positioned the ACC as a third sector alongside the private sector and the public sector. This recognition really created a momentum of the ACC, and since then we are seeking to raise the GDP contribution of ACC to 8% by 2035 instead of 2% currently. And also the ministry in charge of the ACC has established a legal framework that it's not adopted yet, but we are seeking to define precisely the scope of ACC, and also set the mechanism that can foster the development of this sector and emerge it as a real pillar of national development and contribute strongly to its resilience. ACC strategy in Morocco also is aligned with the guidelines of the EU10 strategy ACC, and we try to meet together and collectively the agenda of 2063 of Africa. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Aisha. Can we then have Diop on the floor, maybe to enumerate a bit on the experience of the ACC vis-à-vis the question which has been asked for Senegal? Please, the floor is yours. Diop, vous avez la parole.
Merci. Merci. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to share the experience of Senegal with fellow members and the role that we are playing at the level of the African continent as a chairperson of the World Forum of Solidarity and the Economy of the Continent. So the question that comes to mind today is to know whether the train has already started moving, because I think you need to put on your headsets rather, because when we talk about Africa's diversity, one has in mind as well, it's togetherness. That's why in Senegal, we understand the economy in big terms, because there are categories that are in the category of solidarity, where we have cooperatives, social enterprises, and associations. So when we attempt to build a concerted manner of tackling our problems in Senegal, what we're doing is to try and deal with the issue of those who are working in the field of social economy, and in creating at least 120,000 direct jobs. So if you take also NGOs and civil society, that figure goes all the way to 800. So in 2023, 700 million were actually allocated to this sector. I think this is a major contribution. Now, with regard to Africa as a whole, especially French-speaking Africa, the exhibition stated that we were on a cusp of a movement where we are attempting to normalize the situation with a framework that determines norms and determines the various ways and means of giving a boost to our economies. So again, I've just come from Madagascar because we are helping countries to get along by putting together their normative framework. And there are a lot of countries in North Africa and in French-speaking Africa, Togo, Benin, Ivory Coast, Equatorial Guinea, and so on. So all these stakeholders are beginning to build a movement that is strong, that is extremely important on the international scene, so that they are better able to support the African Forum. And in turn, it can then support these countries. So the other aspect is the various conflicts across the continent. I think these two have an impact on the economy, the solidarity economy, that depends on concerted work. And these are therefore important tools. And the other aspect, I think George did touch upon it, so that we understand that the movement is getting greater, and this sector needs to be reorganized, and requires that it plays a greater role on the economic scene. So these are not issues of funding only, but they also have to do with taxes and what is and the impact that it has on the market, and so that we are able to create a greater number of jobs. I think the other issues, I think we're going to tackle them at a later stage, so that we compare that to the strategy that we have today that covers 10 years. Dialogue is important, of course, but it has to be placed in a framework where various stakeholders are able to dialogue with the states. So we need to regulate them, but the institutional framework is extremely important. All African countries, at least the majority of them, are coming up with these frameworks and have got ministries that are have among their portfolio the issue of building that dynamic. And they are able to work with ILO closely. So if, for example, there is no solidarity and social framework, then of course in the collaboration that we seek, we have to raise the issue of job creation on a young continent, and it's important to underline the issue of greater dialogue. Thank you very much.
Representative of ILO, and please introduce yourself because I missed the name. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Aida Awal from the ILO. Just like my fellow panelists, the ILO recognize the transformative potential of the SSC to promote decent work, but as well as sustainable development. In this regard, the ILO resolution concerning decent work and SSC adopted in 2022 is a major milestone, despite, of course, the SSC having a very rich history. There was a consensus reached in terms of the definition only in 2022. Then this was further elaborated during the ILO's 2009 African Conference on the Social Economy here in South Africa. And of course, its subsequent SSC academies that have taken place in Morocco, but as well as in South Africa here, reaching, of course, an international consensus. As a follow-up to the resolution of 2022, the ILO further adapted a strategy and action plan on decent work and the social and solidarity economy, starting from last year, 2023 to 2029. Of course, we recognize that statistical systems are crucial in monitoring progress. Accordingly, last year in 2023, when during the ILO 21st International Conference of Labor Statisticians, a roadmap was adapted on SSC statistics. This definitely will contribute significantly to evidence-based policy making. Another significant milestone is of course, what was presented earlier by the AUC, which is the 10-year social and solidarity economy strategy of the African Union and its implementation plan, which was developed with the support of the ILO. This strategy helped create a policy framework to legitimize, support, and expand the SSC work in our region. The ILO has further collaborated with the African Union Commission to spearhead research in a number of African countries in all parts of the region. Digital technologies, of course, are changing the way SSC entities operate in our region, enabling them to reach wider markets, improve their services, and enhance members. The ILO standard setting discussion, which will take place next year on decent work in the platform economy, will be another important milestone and a step in the right direction in this regard. Africa's expanding young population, of course, which is our resource, can be definitely a vital and innovative contributor to the growth of SSC in our region. The ILO aims to facilitate youth-led SSE initiatives through financing, mentorship, and capacitation, links to markets, and more. As the global focus on climate change intensifies, the SSE role in promoting environmental sustainability also becomes increasingly critical. The ILO in this regard is committed to supporting green SSE initiatives through green skills, training, and by advocating for a policy that encourages sustainable practices within the SSC. The potential for cross-border cooperation around the SSC is also significant, particularly in regions with common economic and social challenges. The ILO encouraged South and triangular cooperation on the SSC to leverage collective strengths. Of course, ensuring gender equality within the SSC will continue to be a priority for all of us. At the ILO, we are committed to promoting policies that supports women participation and leadership in the SSC, which is critical. The Global Accelerator on Jobs and Social Protection for Just Transition and the Global Coalition for Social Justice, which was launched by the ILO Director General, offer a unique mechanism to foster sustainable development. SSC can be critical partners to delivering these results on the ground. In a nutshell, our efforts focus on improving the undertaking of realities and needs and increasing capacities to promote decent work and through the SSC in a coherent manner. Thank you, Chair. Up to you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Ms. Hida. I hope I pronounced your name correctly. Can we then have Kenya on the floor, please?
Thank you. My name is Daniel Marube, Executive Director and MD of Cooperative Alliance, the apex organization for cooperatives in Kenya. I want to say, to start with, that the launch today of the African Center of Cooperatives is a great milestone. It will be a game changer for the way cooperatives would be managed and run in Africa to support the population in accessing affordable financial services and also to promote social equality. Now, in Kenya, I would want to say that we have over 28,000 cooperatives with over 15 million membership families, 15 million families, meaning that more than 75% of the total population of Kenya is directly or indirectly affected by the effect or the impact of cooperatives. We've seen a lot of transformation and changes coming in because we realize that our average population is 19 years. But the average population of cooperators are above 55 years, which means if we don't have a facilitative policies and regulations, we are going to have an aging, we are going to have a big gap in the leadership of cooperatives in Africa, not only in Kenya. Because the youth, the way we have taken them to schools and the way they have been educated and guided, they are not for cooperatives. We need to have a deliberate move by governments to bring cooperative education as part of the education curriculum, so that when the children are young, they understand, they start thinking cooperatives. School children can start having cooperatives in schools. Parents can have cooperatives in schools, so that we can continue with this culture of saving in Africa. Africans were great consumers and not savers. Cooperatives is about sacrificing your little resources for sharing with others and creating wealth out of the savings. So Africans were very poor. We don't have that culture of savings. I'm urging that from African Union, governments to take a deliberate effort to put cooperative education as part of the education curriculum. In Kenya, we have more than 70 universities. And on average, every university has more than 12,000 students. What we are doing as cooperatives is that we are encouraging the young people, professionals. Let's say, for example, the professionals in electrical engineers to come together and form a worker cooperative. So then the members who are the members of that cooperative provide services through their cooperative and they earn decent money. And therefore, we are urging governments, when worker cooperatives are in place, provide them with work. Let them come and build offices, renovate your offices, do the painting, because that is where we are. Kenya is now producing the largest number of young people in ICT. Why don't they form cooperatives to provide ICT and technology innovation services to the government and also to the other cooperatives? So what I want to say is that we need to work together. For SSE to work, the Ministry of Social Security and the Ministry of Cooperatives must work together with the apex cooperative organizations of their respective countries so that the three bodies can be able to come up with common strategies, because the cooperatives, SSE, and the governments, we are all talking about the lives of the people of that country. And since we are all talking about the same and the objective is the same, why don't we then come together and work as one with the same objective? Regarding the law, the model law and the SSE strategic plan, let us work with the apex organization. They take ownership of those policies, because on the country level, they are the bearers of the country bylaws, regulations, and the laws. So then you work through the apex organizations to include in those new emerging developments into their working activities, into their country strategies, so that the membership within the apex organization can have the information. For example, whatever we have discussed here today, give us that information as apex organization. When we reach at our respective countries, we have our internal communications. We could do communications and bring the rest of the country appraised on what is happening. So when we look at the changes, cooperatives, I want to urge cooperatives in our respective countries to take advantage of this initiative. Because for cooperatives to grow, we need political stability and economic stability. If the two are missing, cooperatives cannot sustain. The sustainability and resilience is based upon how the goodwill of the government, the stability and the economic activities of that country. So then the two becomes the stronghold upon which we can grow cooperatives. And the youth and government that will ignore the growth of the population that we are having, tomorrow will not be there for us. Cooperatives, if we can take advantage of the young people, then we have the future for
Thank you
this
very
country.
much. Thank you very much. Yeah, you'll agree with me that some are already giving recommendations and way forward, and we do appreciate, and we hope that the Secretariat is very keen in picking up on some discussions who are already giving way forward and recommendation. Can we then have our last speaker from South Africa, Mr. Bale, please? Can you share your experience and your opinion vis-a-vis the launch of the African Cooperative Centre, but also share a bit of experience on the cooperative movement in South Africa? Thank you.
No, thanks very much, Chair, Moderator. Like has been said, my name is Lawrence Baris Masani. I think we really embrace this opportunity, but in real sense, must say they need to support the office. What does that mean? It means that maybe in their offices, they should create a desk to say, this is the office of the cooperatives. Because that's a real sense of support. And that's the real launch of the launching. To say, this is your office. And don't create stuff for us. Say, please go and recruit, get employment, recruit cooperative people and work in the office, and then we will support them. And then the cooperative. That is a real thing that we are expecting on the launch of the AU, and then we really appreciate that initiative, because even yourselves, you've been created, and there you are working. So let do that for us as well. so they don't exclude us. So that's what we need. And that's what we're expecting that is going to happen. But of course, it will be a process of the issue of the African cooperatives to come together. And of course, our influence in the policy dialogue, like in South Africa, we have got NEDLEC in the social dialogue, where people go and discuss and agree. Where they disagree, they get a way to persuade one another to see the other way. So that's what we're doing as South Africans, so that we get one another. The same in the South African cooperatives. We are really, really delighted that we don't exclude anyone. No one is excluded in the process. That's why you find here there's Nkasa, there's Naxa, there's Sanako coming together and then as one, and they talk as one. And then that's what we create a conducive environment to include everyone in the process. And then, of course, I must indicate that even in the southern sub-region, we have met with the minister, Monica, from Zimbabwe, who is heading the SADC economic development in terms of cooperatives. When she's going to call the ministerial forum for cooperative, for department of cooperatives or small business in other countries. And that's their time now as in the southern sub-region or as the SADC level. And we're doing that. We're influencing her, and that's what she's going to do. And in that process, we are lobbying even director generals in the South African language. But if you go to other countries, they take permanent secretaries. That's how the head of state, the head of the department, that's what is happening. So in that process, we are thankful that the minister, Monica from Zimbabwe, is going to initiate this process, and then that's what we're doing. We have also established the office in South Africa for the SADC, or for the ICA Southern Sub-Region. There are staff employed there, and then the CEO or regional, sub-regional director has been employed. That's why you see Nduru even here. So it's the process, that's how we're going to do. In terms of the economic, social solidarity, is that cooperatives themselves, they initiate, they be creative. They don't wait for government to say this is the employment or this would what. All we need is the conducive environment, the policies, so that we are being supported. I don't have to take much time, and then that's the issue, that our major job is to lobby and advocate for influence. Thank you, moderator.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Bale. Time is not on our side. I want to just to swing it back to the media. Do you have some complementary questions for something you did not pick, which you really feel like it's critical? Yes? No?
Knowing that most of your funding, I suppose, will come from the AU, are there any other parties or organs that are going to be funding your initiative? Have you put in place structures that promote transparency and also efficiency, as we know that corruption is one of the key issues in Africa, and so often we ask for funding from various entities, but then really just misuse the money? And thirdly, in terms of the Sahel region, we spoke so much about employment and the number of young people, yet we continue to see a great exodus of young people actually migrating to Europe for employment and also in search of better opportunities. Do you have a particular project or initiative that speaks to these issues?
Yeah, thank you very much. Maybe from my side, I will start with the last one. We do have the African, ICA Africa Youth Network or Forum. We recently met in Lesotho, that was in May. And we shall continue again having the conversation in India in November. So like it has been alluded to, Africa is the youngest continent, and yet the cooperative movement is aging. The youth seems not to have good grasp of the cooperative movement, although we have already some good examples coming. Sizwe is a relatively youth. We have the one who presented from the PAP is also relatively youth. Mary, just to name a few. We have from Mozambique as well. So basically, we have some pockets which we need to scale up, and that is the essence of the IC Africa Youth Network. But as we have heard, we have to work closely with the government because we'd like to see the cooperative education as part and parcel. But the bar does not stop on the government alone, but even us as the people, the movement, the onus is also upon us. We have to talk cooperative with within our families. We have to involve them in our activities. We have to bring them to the various cooperative activities. That is how they will have shared memories of cooperatives and grow with the cooperatives. On the issue of funding, definitely we are targeting various sources of funding. Dr. Sabelo can elaborate more on the same. And when it comes, we have, I do believe that the African Union have a very robust mechanism of financial management. We have not had any serious case, at least known to us. We appreciate that corruption is rampant all over, not only in Africa. However, as I said, when we institutionalize change, definitely we also can take care of those things. So we do trust that the internal mechanism of the African Union is robust enough to receive funding from wherever other sources channeled to the Africa Cooperative Centre and be able to account for all the cents. I'll pick on the example of the IC Africa. We also do receive funding from different sources, including the European Commission. And we have been able to go for the second round of funding. That means that is a clean bill of health, that we have used the monies responsibly and accountably, and that is why we're able again to get the funding. Notwithstanding, we are still believe in a continuous improvement, and all the recommendations and ideas on how to improve further are always welcomed. Without further ado, I would like now to open this to the other participants because of time. Please, from the floor, if you have got any ideas you can add to your experience or to the questions that, the three questions that have been asked by the media, please, you have 1 minute for each. Will not go beyond 5 people. So please, we have the first one. Please go shoot. We have the 2 already. Can I have so that we can plan? Please go on. 1 minute maximum.
Thank you. I wanted to say, I think one of the best things that the launch comes in is just in time for the G20 that is about to be hosted in South Africa. And it's a very great opportunity for us to start already leveraging some of the opportunities in making sure that some of the countries that are not represented are also somehow represented through the ACC. The ACC at next year's opportunity. But also in terms of funding, I think it's important that we start to also have conversations around African authentically driven philanthropy as opposed to completely being reliant on international funding, because what often happens is that it often influences us and we often steer off some of our initial intended ideas. Thank you.
I agreed with you, and I'll give the example later. Please go on.
I just want to ask it's not really a question, but it's an addition. How do we package the conversation around cooperatives and present it to young people? So if we are presenting it as something that is for old people, the message has to change. How do they consume media? How do they consume information? We're speaking about universities in Kenya. Kenya is doing very well in terms of technology and innovation and all of that. But we have to change the way this particular project is actually presented to young people. Secondly, because I'm representing a Chamber of Commerce as well, how are cooperatives engaging with chambers of commerce? From a capacity perspective, it's the issue of capacity as well. So if you don't have the funds, how do you bring young people to work as interns to have work integrated learning and experience? So Also, the other thing I want to add is how do we then, with this particular economy, empower people who are refugees and migrants? In the case of South Africa, we have people from all over the continent who are here, have been here for a very long time. They run businesses. I believe that cooperatives can play a very important role in terms of integrating them into the fabric of the South African society. It's something I've done with the city of Johannesburg for 10 years, integrating refugees and migrants in the fabric of the society. How can we do better? How do we make sure that more and more migrants and refugees know about the opportunities available? Thank you.
Thank you very much. As we go for other two, Duru will come just after me. Good questions from the participants. Maybe before I forget, for how do we integrate the refugees and other migrants, especially using the cooperative? We have the best model from Morocco. It's also unfortunate that we don't have enough time to elaborate on the same. They have the laws which allow refugees to form cooperatives. They are part and parcel of the cooperative or SSAE laws in Morocco. Allow refugees and other migrants to get involved. So it's a good one. Please, you can have bilaterals, but also share more. It's a good and because it's a very important question now for us in Africa. On the Chamber of Commerce, Kenya has a good example. The cooperatives are part and parcel of the Chamber of Commerce, but so that is something else also. If they are not yet in other countries, we are businesses as cooperatives. So we should take full advantage of all the other platforms, national and regional as well. So yes, Duru, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you so much, Madam Sifa. Mine is an observation that we seem to have very few cooperators here than any other stakeholder. And yet this is a cooperative function where we are supposed to be here to receive the office, be taken through how we are going to effectively use the office. But we are very few cooperators themselves, the beneficiaries, are not here. Look at all these seats, they are empty, names all over. We have more government personnel than the cooperators. So that goes to then say there's a lot of work that needs to be done in Africa to educate cooperators, to really understand their rights and obligations. If we miss them, if we don't take them on board, we don't want to see this launch of a nice office to remain in a white elephant. We must make sure that these cooperators are trained. And also, not only cooperators, Dr. Sifa, cooperatives work with government. If government are also left out of this whole scenario, we are not going to maximize the introduction of the office. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Let me be the devil's advocate here. Exactly what you are saying, that is what you can read in the concept notes. And unfortunately, we had sent quite a number of invitations. Visa issues are beyond some of us. So some were meant to come, but they could not secure the visas, but they were part and parcel. It was the apexes and also the government officials in charge of cooperatives. Their invitation went through the Foreign Affairs. Unfortunately, because I think of slumsomeness, then it would not. But not all is lost because we are here as their representative. We shall pass still the message again, although it was good for them to hear from the horse's mouth. As we go to India in November, or among the item agenda again, we shall bring this issue so that at least we highlight some of the key messages here and bring everybody on top. As George moves around the continent with the financial cooperative, we'll be having in Kenya from 6th of October, the SACA conference. I also do believe that George will be able also to allude to this message and pass all the other information pertaining to all the to this African Cooperative Centre to the constituency. We shall continue, it will not finish, but we shall continue talking. But definitely it could have been better to have everybody. In fact, not only the apexes, but all the cooperators in Africa. As their representative, we shall continue passing the message down. Any other, please? I cannot. Yes, please. Can we have the two? Oh, yeah, thank you. Go ahead.
Thanks very much, Regional Director. Like I said, my name is Lawrence from the Cooperative Movement in South Africa. I think South Africa, we are better positioned in terms of bringing young people into the cooperatives movement because we have got what we call sector education and training authorities with the sole responsibility of supporting young people who can be placed in the workplaces, and therefore cooperatives then becomes, the key workplaces. And I think the advantage also is that government is also able to support these young people financially so that they can then be placed in these cooperatives. And there's a clear set aside for cooperatives to say, if you are working these sitters must also be able to apportion a particular quota, so that they can then be able to actively participate. So it's a huge opportunity as well, and I think other countries can also be able to learn from that perspective. Thank you.
Beautiful experience from South Africa. Can we have the last from the floor? Then we'll have Aisha want to say something. Finally, we'll have to give Swizwe to also try to wrap up and allow George to leave. Please, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is, like I said, Mozizulu, and I would like to thank the panel and the people around here that they have taken the time to come and support the initiative. My concern, I will direct this question to Comrade Bali. He's my senior. Sawana Baba. Comrade Bali, how do you intend taking this initiative down to the youth? Not only in South Africa per se, but in other countries. Take into account that if I sit down and I look at the initiative and I look at our experience in exile, our brothers in Africa, they were well vested and clued up when it comes to skills and business activities. But if you look into the issue of South Africa, with all the resources that we have, it seems like most of the things that are being launched or initiatives that we have, they only end up right at the top. They don't reach out to people that really, really need them.
Yeah.
Number two, just to wrap up this, what mechanisms are you using to monitor those that have cooperatives and encourage them? Last but not least, from my comrades that speak Swahili, karibu nyumbani, feel at home and let's exchange knowledge. Thank you.
Beautiful. Thank you very much. And I think that's one will even go beyond as we're having our tea. We have now few seconds because we don't want him to miss his flights. Please, Aisha, you can have a reminder, feedback from the floor and Bale, because you had a question. Then we'll give the floor to our discussant to try and wrap up. And unless somebody has a very burning issue from the speakers, then we shall allow George to leave. Please, go ahead. Aisha, we just a second.
Okay, as we are in the meeting that it constitutes of a platform and we need to make it very fruitful to showcase our experiences and learn from each other. I want to just wrap up the measures set up by the government. So in Morocco, cooperative sectors now counts more than 58,000 cooperatives and gather more than 750,000 members working expansion and various sectors. And this expansion is thanks to many initiatives. At the institutional level, we have the creation of the ministry in charge of ACC. We have also the office, as many colleagues point out, this question of having an office dedicated to promote the cooperative movement. This office was created in Morocco in 1962. At the legal level, we set a legal framework law relative to cooperatives, which came into force in 2016. It wasn't the first one. The first one came into force in 1993. This is the actual law is the second one, which is enhancing the governance of cooperative and help reinforce transparency and also streamline the process of creation of cooperatives. Also, many ministerial departments make the cooperatives in the core of their strategies. For example, we have the National Initiative of Human Development was launched in 2005 by His Majesty the King Mohammed VI, and also we have the Green Generation Strategy, the Green Plan, the Moroccan Green Plan. It's those strategies are related to the agriculture sector. So all of this made a lot of mechanisms that really foster the development of the cooperative sector in Morocco.
Thank you.
And I want to finish by a recommendation.
No, please. This one we can continue as we're having tea.
Okay.
Yeah, please. Can we have Bale, please?
Thanks very much. We didn't recognize Botswana as the host of the office. Thanks very much. The question that you raised, Com, is the issue of involvement of the people that are interested in the field. You would notice that in South Africa, in terms of registered cooperatives in the database, are in agriculture. But the youth are not interested in agriculture. They're interested in the IT. It means that we should respond to what they need. We should involve them in the decision making. And the cooperatives is not registered by a ministerial or by someone up there. It is organic. It's a response of what they need, then they register. It should not by the word of someone say, go and register cooperatives. And it's a registering of cooperatives. It's a massive way of creating jobs. We have a responsibility as the movement, all of us in South Africa, to engage the government, to say our country is going down while we're looking. Can we come together and we do something? Maybe just to finalize it, the issue of the AU is make sure that we have an office where we're going to work, so that you are launching it and this is the office, and you as the African cooperatives bring your people here and work here, so that we are part of you. And then, of course, we'll be looking at the youth to look into that, not only in South Africa, but in the continent. I'm considerate of time.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can we have Diop who wanted to say something, and then Sizwe, please start getting ready. Aish, do you have something? Awa, you okay? Yeah, please.
Oui, je voulais juste ajouter, je pense que...
I think that earlier on, what he said was that there's a tragedy that we're experiencing with our youth. They are leaving the villages to go to the cities, and from the cities they go to Europe. They die at sea, they die in the desert. So I think that what we need to do, we need to review our economic model. We need to avoid repeating what we've seen happening for the last 70 years. We need to review our economic model, and we need to use those collective models. We need to make them more attractive. We cannot afford to listen to the same discourse. We need to face the challenges, the modern challenges, and review this economic model we need to understand that youth can earn a living in a decent way, and that's very important. So we also need to transition toward a new sector in which the youth will be interested. We need to modernize the activities that will allow the youth to understand that these new economies are interesting for them and they can earn a decent living using those economies. Another thing, we need incitations, motivations. We need to introduce measures that will allow those youth to be part of these structures that are supporting this economic model, because Africa is an economy of solidarity aimed at bringing solutions. So we need to use these concepts to review these models and incentivize our youth. So these resolutions should be a factor to fasten the process. And we need to start in the rural areas. So when we had COVID, they predicted the death of Africa, but this was not the case. So I would like to end on this youth topic. We are on a young continent. So our resilience comes from the rural areas. We have all the assets to renew the concept with the youth.
To conclude.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator. As was said, it's very critical, I think it was said by everybody, that we engage the youth. But we also have to make sure that the youth is part and parcel of the governance structures of the cooperatives and the SSCs, so that it is also, they feel like they belong. But we also need to capacitate them, and as well as mentor them in terms of the cooperative, so that they're much more engaged. I think one critical thing, as just one point I wanted to make, is we need to work together to make sure that this works. And now we do have a framework, which is the Social and Solidarity Economy of Strategy of the African Union. We need to work together to make sure that we implement this strategy. So that way we can also engage the youth and create employment opportunities. Actually, I think there was issue of a lot of youth migrating, but most of the migration happening in Africa is within Africa, actually. And it should be a right, actually. But it should not be a necessity. It should be a choice that the youth makes if they do want to migrate. But in every country in the continent, we should ensure that we create decent employment opportunities for the youth to make sure that they have the options whether to stay or leave. I'll stop here. Thank you, in the interest of time.
Yeah, thank you very much. Maybe mine, because after I have spoken, I will leave it to Sizwe, who will conclude. I would like to say that this African Cooperatives Centre is ours. The way I'm hearing is like it is African Union there, and it is us talking. I think we need to change our mindset before we leave this room. It is ours. It is us who will form that center. We are the members of that center. All these things and the recommendation we are making to ourselves will not sit and wait for African Union to invent the wheel. I hope we understand that. It is our center. We are part and parcel. It is the government and the movements and the other social enterprises, like we have had quite a good number of them there. We are all together in this. And all these recommendations and good governance, as it has been elaborated by the media, especially in terms of money, it's us. It is not African Union. Yes, they are the hosts because that is within their mandates, and it is good to have that at that level. We are very much grateful. They're organizing us. How we do it depends, the onus is on us. So as we move forward, if your government was not there, go and spread the good news. If it was the movement which was not there, go and spread the good news. Don't wait for another extra person who will do it. It is us. As we move from here, we have decided we are launching our center. We are the members. We shall populate it. We shall do it. We shall make all these things happen. Thank you very much, Sizwe. The floor is yours.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Sifa, and thank you, everyone. As it has been said, my name is Sizwe. I do work with ICA under Co-op Star, which is the Experts Research Initiative involving 21 of African countries. We are writing a book on the reflections from these different countries. So I won't talk about that, but I'm really going to try in 60 seconds to bring together some of the thinking and of course to leave the what ifs, about the discussion here. So from what I've gathered is that the different countries have excellent, unique experiences which must be shared. So then it's upon ACC to document these experiences and make them available beyond meetings. Because meetings have a lifespan. Like we're meeting now, we're gonna go out and go back to the different things that everyone does. But it is important that the story of Zimbabwe, the story of South Africa, Lesotho, on cooperatives and what is happening is available in real time. So that is probably a most important area of consideration from the different speakers as they've been making contributions here. But the second other point that was overarching in this discussion is the question of resourcing and resources, and how in reality is the ACC going to be seen, to be visualized. I think that's an important question as well, is the yet to be seen thing, to say, how are we going to see ACC? What is the evidence available that this really exists and is going to help us? So as you say, Dr. Sifa, transferring the sense of ownership to the rest of the cooperators is going to be important, because at the moment, there's evidently the feeling that is ACC, the apexes on one side and that kind of a thing. So bringing these together and making it feel that it is our organization, the cooperators, and the rest of the other structures. So lastly, on what has also stood out here is the question of youth. So SSE in itself, unlike the cooperative model in its traditional form, it says we must follow people where they are. So it's almost going to be very hard to think that young people are going to be drawn from Amapiano, the music they produce, the TikTok content they make. Remember, this is a content creation generation. They make money out of making videos and selling them on YouTube. So that's totally different. So, but you're not gonna pull them out of that and make them love agriculture. So you're gonna have to find them where they are and organize them there. And over time, as they assimilate in the movement, they will appreciate the other strands of the movement. You'll start seeing them move to agriculture, move to other forms and other things, even the unimagined forms of economy. So I think that's what ACC is going to have to show, that through the SSE model, you can begin to find people where they are and organize them where they are, opposed to pulling people where they are and say you're organizing them into cooperatives. So I thank you, for the idea of ACC, and we are here to support as researchers. So further engagements, of course, can happen outside and beyond this room. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Back to you, Dr. Sabelo.
Wow, what a vibrant and dynamic and robust discussion. So thank you very much, the moderator, Dr. Sifa, and thank you, Sizwe, and thank you all the panelists for information that you have already shared with us on this momentous occasion on the launch of the African Cooperatives Centre. The way we are closing the session, the Clerk of Parliament, speaking on behalf of the African Union, had already declared the Cooperatives Centre officially launched. So taking and leveraging the diversity that we already have here in the front, I'm going to request a statement from each, starting with Dr. Sifa. The Clerk of Parliament in the morning said the African Cooperative Centre is officially launched as a driver for advancing the social and solidarity economy in Africa. And this is a vehicle of achieving our Agenda 2063. That's the statement she made. I'm just reiterating on behalf of African Union. And I now invite, as you are seated there, distinguished colleagues and gentlemen, to make a statement also as a message of support on the launch of the ACC. Allow me to start from the right.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sabelo. Mine would like just to say, as the cooperative movement in Africa, we welcome the launch of the African Cooperative Centre. It is a dream come true. We do believe that this is a way forward in structuring our efforts across the continent in terms of cooperatives development, promotion, and service to our members to achieve our shared vision, which is the Vision 2063. So we are fully behind the center. We have been part and parcel of the consultations for the strategy, and this is being one of the implementation of the strategy. I would like to say that we shall commit whatever is needed from us to make sure that this particular center outlive our 10 years and achieve the objective, which is a noble objective for the advancement of the cooperative movement, but also for advancement of our populace. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sifa. We now invite our dear brother Sizwe.
Thank you, Dr. Mbogazi. Again, I mean, congratulations on putting together the launch, but also the hard work that has gone through to come to, to launch the Africa Cooperative Centre. I think my support and the support of those that I work with, Ashe, and many others, is research, really. Is how we consolidate data and begin to translate, research into practice on cooperatives. A lot of excellent case studies exist on this continent of successful cooperatives. But when you go into research, you still have various contexts that are completely failing, to deliver, successful cooperative, enterprises, mega cooperatives, but also how we assimilate SSE. It's going to be necessary then to support the work of ACC with rigorous academic research, the supervision of masters and PhD students, and also working with the co-op star researchers, as you will have heard. It becomes our role in supporting you, to produce research that is relevant. So we have, I mean, you have my word that we will definitely support the work of ACC the best way we know how. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the commitment. Morocco.
First of all, Lobby to commend us as African Union member states of the launch of the ACC. And as Moroccan governmental organization, we are committed to bring our cooperatives to the ACC and contribute strongly to foster an environment which allows the cooperative to grow and accelerate the achievement of the 2063's African agenda.
Thank you very much, Morocco. Senegal. Vous allez baron.
Oui, le Sénégal.
Yes, Senegal would like to mention one or two things. So we would like to support the resolution on SSRE, and I'm talking in all the name of the African Forum. The last one took place in Yaoundé, and the next one will take place in Brazza, with about 20 countries that are members. I'm also talking in the name of the president of the Economic Forum, of which the last session took place in Dakar. So this tool should focus on the fact that it's a tool that we need to support in order to initiate everything, all the dynamics at the African level. It should be an instrument to be used for our strategy, but also a mechanism that we use to mobilize and support the frameworks, the normative framework, because it is important to have these frameworks. The state should use these regulatory frameworks to support the initiative, but we also need to mobilize all the national processes working at promoting the SSE and work in collaboration with the universities, research institutions, through the African observatories in charge of collecting data. Because if we lack the data, if we do not carry out our own analysis, it will be very difficult to implement policies that are aiming at promoting this SSE. So that's why we need to collaborate closely and mobilize all the Pan-African mechanisms to have a unified Africa, diversified Africa, where the youth would like to remain in Africa and develop the continent. Thank you.
Many thanks, Dr. Sabelo. I will say that the potential of the SSE and the transformation agenda of the continent is immense. But realizing this potential requires concentrated efforts and sustained commitment from each one of us. And this center will bring us together to make sure that we do achieve this. As the ILO, we have been part and parcel of this from the SSE strategy development. Of course, this launch of the ACC, we will continue to support the AUC and member states in the different initiative and making sure that the ACC works well and collaborate on this journey towards a more inclusive and sustainable future for Africa. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Hello, Kenya.
Thank you very much. I think I am very proud to be here during this launch. And I want to reconfirm that the Kenyan cooperative movement is supportive, and we will be very active members in this particular initiative. And as we think going forward, because we want every one of us to be included in that welfare and well-being, that in the next 20 years, African aged old people are not going to be taken care of by their young children, this generation that is moving with their TikTok to other countries. So we need to ask ourselves, how prepared are we as cooperatives and the social security in the government to prepare for that population that will be vulnerable? And cooperatives, you have the answer. Congratulations, whoever came with this idea of this center. We embrace it. We'll move with it. We will tell more stories about it and what good it has for the African population.
Thank you very much, Kenya, South Africa.
No, thanks again to the AU, ILO, as well as Sabelo yourselves. We recommit ourselves for us to be united, for us to be in the center, and for us to be recognized on the initiative that we on our own have organized ourselves, and then you recognize us for that. And then I think that is it, and then we are going to collaborate. We are ready. All I will say is that I will request the South Africans that are here to come when we are finished here to have a picture so that we are all here and we are support of this in our country to say we are proud to host it as successful. Next time, Sabelo, please talk to the cooperatives themselves, not to the government, because look the empty space that you have. I think they have said before. So talk to cooperatives. You have got the database now. We'll give you more in the countries so that cooperatives in the all countries are here. Thank you very much. We commit ourselves. We're part of you.
And of course, the last word came from the host, South Africa. Colleagues, we would like to thank you very much for this successful launch. We are encouraged by the support and commitment, but also the appetite that we are hearing and the encouragement we need to speak to the cooperators, to the cooperatives themselves, and we are guided. So we'll proceed as such. So this brings us to the end of our launch today, and I would like to invite Nigeria I would like to invite you, Nigeria, to wish everyone a safe journey. Nigeria. No, you can speak from there.
Good afternoon once again, everybody. I must say that my being here has been very beneficial. And yes, hopefully I'll take back all I have gained from here to Nigeria and share all the experiences, all the ideas, and all the information I received. And I want to thank everybody, especially the organizers, for a very well put together launch. And I hope that there will be further collaborations that will be beneficial to the continent as a whole. I want to wish everyone a safe journey back as you all go back to your various countries. We pray that our good Lord will guard and protect every one of us. As we came here safely, my prayer is that we all will return safely. There will be no losses, there will be no issues whatsoever, there will be no problems by the special grace of God. So thank you, everyone. It's been nice meeting you all. Thank you.
From the African Union Commission, we would like to once again thank our partners, the ILO. Without ILO, we would not have managed to bring together all this. So could you give ILO a round of applause? Also want to thank my colleagues who have worked tirelessly to ensure that the documents and everything is put together. And I hope they also attract a round of applause. And I would like to thank the Pan-African Parliament for giving us this great facility that we're able to have our deliberations for the launch. And I would like to thank all the ladies and gentlemen who have come here to witness this launch. And would like to also thank the interpreters. Would like to announce that there are 2 meals, the coffee and the lunch. They are all still ready. Bon voyage, colleagues and gentlemen.
So that meeting, the online one, when is it taking place? Please keep on the you have my WhatsApp.
Yes.
Thank you. I'm now old.
So which department are you in? Deal with people who are being misplaced. But it's okay now.
Quick announcement for AUC-sponsored delegates. Please stop by the Secretariat at the exit for administrative purposes.
Exactly.